Is that a 70 community sub gift bomb? I guess I have to get started then. Jesus Christ. Getting us started strong, NMG. Thank you so much for the support. That's insane. 70 subs is no joke at all. Thank you so much. God damn. Well, howdy, y'all. Happy Wednesday. Good to be here. Jesus Christ. What a start. I was still getting ready, but I can't let that go unattended. God damn, NMG. Thank you so much for the support. Got anything to say for yourself or just dropping out of the kindness of your heart? Jesus. That's enough to pay for like 10 messages on Claude. God damn. Thank you so much for the support. Yeah. Howdy, y'all. Happy Wednesday. Excited to get started in just a moment. Still getting set up on my side, but wanted to acknowledge that and say, hey, quick. Give me 1 sec to get everything going on my end. Make sure we send the announcement. Cool. That is sent. Going to be an SF for GDC? Good shit. I'm hoping I can crash GDC at some point. Well, if it fails to verify, you now get a host notification that tells you why with a link to go fix it. So, yeah. Jesus Christ, the hype train level 10. I haven't seen one of those in a minute. That's like a fundamental shift in the number of subs we had. It's been pretty low lately. Not that it like actually matters a lot in terms of the channel income. We love the support, but never feel like you have to pay to keep us making videos. The sponsors are really helping us out now to the point where I could justify moving Ben out here full time to help. So we're in a much better spot now. It means a ton. Thank you guys. I'll come through and thank all the subs in a sec. I have to hit a button on my other Rodecaster as I try to get it working again. That was easier than expected. Cool. Let me thank all of these quick. Starting the day off strong. Ethan, fast as ever. Makes sense. The guy who made the fastest version of McMaster's also the person gifting or dropping their sub first on stream. Then we got Crazy Phillip here with the 22 months. Legend, been out here forever now. CD Dev with the 30 months. Jesus Christ, y'all been here for so long now. Storm with the Prime, 8 months in, 3/4 a year. You'll hit that year mark before you know it. 2-year mark for Januland. Thank you so much for the 2 years of support. Parker Codes with the Prime, almost at that 1 year. Jolly Coding just broke half a year. I'm Hermes with the 6 months. Thank you so much. Again, NMG with the 70 bomb. I really hope if there's a topic you want me to cover today that you won't feel bad harassing us to do it because we got a lot today. Then we got Self-Orientalist for the 9 months. Thank you so much. Rec Links with the Prime. Dan Vale, again, going to be here. Good to see. Terminal Com with the Prime. Eva with that 10 months of support. Oh, no, I just remembered. You said you had something you were going to do during my next stream. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. And Z-Man C with the 8 months. Cervantes hitting that 2-year mark. God damn. Y'all been around for so long now. Turtle Pants with the 6 months. Andre at the 2. Wait, no. Aman, you're longer than that. You're 30 months. I don't know why it says 24 months. I never understood the relationship between those numbers, and I helped build the code. Is the latest Altman post the one about GPT 4.5 and GPT 5? Yeah, we got Andre 111 here with the 2 months. Nathan with the Prime. Thank you all again so much for the support. Let me check out the YouTube side as well. I do read YouTube chat, but I can't have the Twitch subs and YouTube chat open easily at the same time. But thank you all for hanging out here. I'll be keeping an eye on you guys, don't worry. If only it didn't randomly have scroll break. I can't scroll YouTube chat right now because it's Firefox. Another 5 bomb. Thank you so much for the support, Mecca. Keeping that hype train going strong. Level 11. Goddamn. Well, certainly no pirate software, but it still means so much to even break a level 3 hype train as I'm getting started. Thank you again for the support. We got Bunbava with the Prime here. Schwarz with the Prime as well. Vib here with the Prime. Thank you all. Nathan as well. Andre with the Prime. Thank you guys so much. macOS security research sounds fun, actually. Yes, then it's Firefox based. There's a reason I have Vivaldi open in the background at almost all times, because I need something that I can debug with. Just keep watching the videos and enjoying them. Don't worry about supporting. We're doing fine. If you want to throw a sub so you don't have to deal with ads during the stream, feel free, but there is no pressure at all. Jesus Christ, Nate throwing the 10 bomb as well. Thank you so much for that, Nate. Really appreciate it. Funny enough, Nate, I've been spending a lot of money on X gifts recently because it's easier to just manage all of the subs through my one account versus having subscriptions on all of them. So I just gift the businesses that I like, my other chats and other accounts for the ping stuff. I just gift them a sub, including Mark. It's so much easier to manage. So I've actually gifted more than 10 subs worth of money on the X side recently. Then Andre here with the gift as well. Thank you so much for the support, all of you guys. Sterling, 18 months in with Choo Choo. This is your first chat, Nate? Good stuff. Dropping this. Y'all want proper Twitch etiquette? Dropping a 10 bomb before saying a word. That's some good etiquette. Good stuff. We'll get started in just a moment. I need to find the link for that. Bolt new Twitter. Drop the link here for it. This one I have open. I think I opened it in Vivaldi, though. Kill that part of the link. Yeah, I have thoughts on a Prime video. Thought that might be clickbaitable enough to be worth filming. I will not be leaving the US for events for a while. Just too much work and too much time being spent doing things that aren't immediately moving numbers that matter. I am significantly cutting down the number of events I'm going to this year, like significantly. Oh shit, a 50 bomb from Harry over on YouTube. This is going to be hilarious because they come in one at a time on YouTube. So the YouTube chat's just going to be doing this for a minute. But I appreciate the support so much, Harry. If there's anything in particular you want to make sure that I cover today, let me know and we'll get it pumped up higher on the list. What about leaving the US now for events and not coming back? Lol. Good citing, calling out doge.t3.gg, an ancient project. Made that like 2021, I think. We have not covered Qwen. We are just getting started. God damn, you guys are gifted like crazy today. Hug more trees with the 5 bomb over on Twitch. Keeping that hype train going at level 12 now. God damn. I think we like doubled the number of subs I have today. That's crazy. Thank you all so much for the support. We got Tanmalk here with the 2 months of Prime. Thank you for that as well. You guys are legends. No worries about not being able to attend the streams. Happy that my videos have been helpful. The State of Auth one's particularly funny because somebody commented on that one. Something like, I really hate that Theo's not putting effort into his videos anymore. I miss when he would do these big whiteboard breakdowns of stuff. And that person commented that on the hour-long State of Auth video, which was just really funny to me. Brex or Mercury? This is actually a good question. Let me go get my Mercury referral link before I forget. I should probably have that as a pinned thing. But Mercury is my general recommendation, especially if you're like not super far in your company's history, because Brex has been known to close accounts for people who are SMBs. So if you're not raising money and you're not on a trajectory for exponential growth, Brex is less likely to want you as a customer. Mercury doesn't give a shit. You can be pretty much any size of business and Mercury will have you. Add command bank. Mercury is really good for business banking. I'm a happy customer. Cool. And there's my referral link. That will get you $250 free dollars if you deposit 10K in your first 90 days. And I get the same. Fuck yeah. Level 12 hype train. Thank you all again for the support there. Ooh, Raycast extension for T3 chat. I will look at this after stream for sure. Come on, Pocket. There we go. Yeah, Mercury's UI is great. Their invoicing platform is the best I've ever used. It's so good. I've been very happy with Mercury. There, how much? Fair. Yeah, I've been moving more and more of my stuff over to the Mercury Personal too. The interest on the savings account there is one of the better options right now, and I've been very happy overall. Sad my interest rates are about to plummet, but yeah. And yes, Ben, before your next fucking paycheck, you need to finish setting up Mercury because I don't want to be paying PayPal 3% of your salary. You weren't even following me on here? God damn it, Nate. Appreciate it regardless. Yeah. Mercury technically, yes, isn't a bank, but they are a banking service built on top of multiple banks, which are insured by FDIC. So that's been nice for me because I think it's like 5 mil of insurance on an account, which means that if something does go wrong, I'll still have my money, which is cool. They don't have the usual 250K limit that most things do for FDIC. Never heard of UI5, no. This is what the extension should do. We don't have an API, and we're not planning on it. Interest you have is below inflation? Yeah. Yeah. Oof. Oof. That's rough. Cool. Let's get started. Thank you, Iron Man, for the 3 months. Appreciate the support a ton. I need to go hit that record button on the camera. And we'll get going. Do 2110. Cool. Oops. 2110. Applied to YC. Congrats. I hope that goes well. Arc's pretty dead. All the battery issues I was having were nuts. I also was having I haven't done a test in a minute, but there was a T3 chat bug that was not my fault. not my team's fault. A specific library we were using had a weird thing from an old, outdated import that was causing a really bad leak of event listeners. And we fixed that. And since we fixed that, performance on pretty much everything's been a lot better. It's funny because like that that leak wouldn't cause meaningful. God, I'm losing my voice already. That's a great thing. Oh shit, Nottingham, you've been super helpful. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, I was just glazing Mercury and how much less painful it is as a bank compared to like everything else. Wrapper for auth, similar to Google system, entirely self-hosted, hopefully decentralized. Watch the auth video. It should give you a good idea of what I think does and doesn't work. Oh no, Eva. Oh no. Oh shit, Vbot with a heart with the reso. Always good to see you, man. Thanks for stopping by. 19 months in now. React Native app generator. Quickly prototype a React Native screen. Might be a little early. I hate what they're doing with the thing going around, how it's like not aligned and like bounces off or what? What's going on? Yeah. No shame. I'm sure they're working hard to make something really cool here. I'll take a look more deeply later. But I wouldn't want to compete with V0, I'll be honest. Oh, finally, all of the GIF stuff on YouTube. Thank you again. Harry, if there's anything you want me to cover, make sure you let me know. Not tried Lovable yet. I am talking with the team. Eva, I definitely want you around for the app generation vid that we're filming because you're going to have a heyday with all of the wonderful surface area that's going to give you. Thank you once again for the pile of gifts, y'all. Aussie boy throwing 5 our way. Appreciate that a ton. Thank you so much for the support. Them Forties, I'm calling you Zest. Thank you, Zest, so much for 7 months now. Legend. No, they're iOS apps. Okay, an order of events is forming in my head for the AI apps video. I think I need to just like go for it now before I lose track of it. Shall we hence? I think we should hence. No sarcasm in chat today. You've been sarcasm maxing. Well, Samir. Then we got Orbit here as well. Beers and coding is fun. I haven't been drinking like at all. I think I've probably had like 3 drinks total this year so far. Every night I'm like, you know what? I'll grab a beer after I finish this commit. And then suddenly it's 5 a.m. and I haven't eaten or drank water or anything. And I realized I had forgotten to even grab the beer. It's been nice having stuff to work on, but yeah. Autistic inertia, not wrong. Anyways. Let's do this AI-generated phone apps video. I'm going to call this one priority. Also going to call the Qwen one priority. The rest less so, just to make sure we have tiering for our own management chaos. Let's dive in. Happy you're enjoying T3 chat, man. And Orbit, thank you for the sub as well. Let's get going. It's clear we're in the era of AI-generated applications. You can barely go to any website nowadays. It's pretty clear we're now in the era of AI-generated web apps. It's like you can't avoid them nowadays. Just scroll Twitter and you'll see 10 things somebody built in a day using Cursor, V0, or whatever else. But mobile apps have been a little more elusive. Turns out AI generating a mobile app is hard, not just because the code is hard to write or because you need a Mac, but because the whole process of actually getting, building, figuring out the APIs, distributing, and all the other pieces necessary for mobile app generation is quite a bit harder. I know I've experienced this myself trying to build mobile apps, and there's a good chance you have too. But today, things are actually, finally, meaningfully starting to change. Oh boy, Bolt.News app support is... Bolt.New just dropped support for mobile apps, and this has a chance of fundamentally changing the game for who can make an app. Most of my life, it has been nearly impossible to build a mobile app without a ton of experience, tools, and all of the right pieces necessary to get it shipped to the App Store. That might finally change, and I'm really excited to talk all about it, why it was so hard to build, what we can do with it, and maybe even build an app myself. Before we can do that, a quick word from today's sponsor. Cool. Let's dive in. Prompt from idea to App Store. Bold claim. Let's give it a shot. I want to give Bolt a fair chance. So instead of doing this in a Firefox-based browser, we're going to do it in one that's not so Firefox. Oh, that's cool. Build a mobile app with Expo. If I click that, will it just fill that? Cool. Build a mobile app. What should we build, chat? What should we build? I need some help, guys. T3 chat mobile app. T3 chat seems like a pretty clear. Let's try an AI generated T3 chat app. Build a mobile app that allows, or build a mobile AI chatbot app. It should use the Vercel AI SDK, talk to OpenAI's APIs. Cool. Let's see how it does. Oh, I have to sign in. One moment. There we go. Also, cool things they have here, the connect to Supabase and deploy buttons. Very powerful. I should also disclose, in the past, Bolt has sponsored me. They are, I should disclose before we get too far, Bolt has sponsored videos in the past, like little ad blurbs in them. They didn't even tell me this was coming. This is not sponsored at all. I just am actually really interested in the idea of AI app gen. And obviously, I'm really close with the Expo guys. I love them. So account for those biases, but know that I'm genuinely trying to see what this can and cannot do. Looks like they're going all in on Expo Router, which is cool to see. I will say things like Expo Router make this one-shotting of an app significantly easier than it would have been in the past. Okay. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. So many thoughts already. That's not the Excalibur I wanted. We are absolutely going to have to Excalibur a lot of this out, though. So, oh no, can I not? I can't. Okay, that's fine. I forgot to change the hotkey precedence here. We'll deal with that in a minute. But why mobile apps are hard. Cool. We're going to have to do a long chat about what makes building mobile apps so hard. But first, I want to see this one working. So it's asking me to preview it on my own mobile device. If you're not familiar, one of the cool things about Expo is that React Native layer tells the native layer what to do. So let's try it. The way you test it on your phone, if you don't have Xcode all set up to build the custom app for you, is you can use the Expo Go app, which I'm installing right now. Actually, I think I already have it. I should. Yeah, I already do. So you just grab the Expo Go app from the App Store. You click open. You don't even need to open it, I think. Yeah, use the camera scanner app on iOS. So I can just open up my camera, scan, hit open in Expo, allow because it needs to have local network access. Unable to resolve module AI/React. Can I screen share my phone? I'll do that. Mirroring. Give me 1 sec to make sure I don't show things I don't want to here. One moment. Cool. It is in use, but I want this way smaller. Can you resize it? Is there no option for me to resize that? God damn it. On the lower, how do I get to the lower edge? Command minus works. Nice. Cool. Thank you, chat. God, the size options are terrible because they really want to do integer scaling. Regardless, we're making progress. It seems to have hallucinated a little bit. Asking us for an API key. I'll deal with that later. But it has hallucinated on the client side this, where was it? Is it already, yeah, unable to resolve AI/React and app tabs index? Yeah, use chat is apparently AI/React. I don't think that is a thing. AI SDK. As per always, AI stuff doesn't keep you from having to do a little bit of research yourself. Okay, use chat. It's at AI SDK/React. That's what it got wrong. Back over. There is no AI React package. Use AI SDK/React. Also looks like it's calling out native wind here, which is interesting. If you're not familiar, native wind is an attempt to make Tailwind work on mobile. See if going here again will work. Looking better. Fingers crossed. It's bundling. Come on, it's so close. It is insane that they got all of this working in the browser. Entry. Holy shit, it worked. We're in. That's actually so cool. That's nuts. I still wish I could scale this to a different resolution, but this is my actual phone being mirrored with an actual AI chat mobile app. That's nuts. It's not going to work because I don't have an AI key yet. It's not going to work because it's broken in a bunch of ways. But holy shit, I didn't even know if it would get this far. Let's take a look. Obviously, this is not usable just yet. Honestly, let's pretend we don't know how to code. We'll tell it that we got an error. When I type, I get an error. Cannot read property value of undefined. See if it will fix that. Somebody asked about the 9 errors being shown already. Can't perform a React state update on a component that isn't mounted yet. Change handle submit to handle submit content input. I forgot there's a hotkey in Expo. I thought it was 4 fingers up did it, but I can't do that from Mac, sadly. Give me 1 sec to clear my open apps, if it will let me. God, what's the command for the app picker? App switcher, there we go. Kill. Expo. It is very scary showing my phone on my screen like this, but no connected source? No. And the only way to open is through the QR code, so I have to switch this off of mirroring. This is already hard, but it's much harder when you're also trying to demo it live on a computer. So we're kind of like stacking edge cases on each other. Okay, it appears the problem was that the project had crashed. I have uncrashed it. So we're getting an error, unexpected comma, in that try data function. Let's look for that. Does it show which file? HMR server, that's not something we can really fix. You know what? I'm going to re-roll. Build a mobile app with Expo. It should be a basic AI chatbot app. See how it does the second roll. I have to hide the QR code. Are people using it? That's actually a possibility. I will go out of my way to hide it this time. Keep a certain Eva from abusing it. I know I didn't specify the SDK. I want to see what it does without my help. Still generating, still using the Expo router, putting things in different places. Hiding so I can get the QR code without y'all seeing it. Cool. Now we're in. Look at that. Looks suspiciously similar with the chat and settings buttons. There's no, the send is there, it's just not visible. Look at that though, it's actually working. First try, right? Nah, third try, but still. It seems like it was struggling with the AI SDK. When I didn't tell it to use that, I just did whatever. It went and built it, and it even included mock AI responses, so we can actually see it all working. That is super cool, though, because like getting something like this started properly is not the easiest thing in the world, especially if you don't know like the basics of Expo, React Native, and how to manage your routing. And this isn't just an iPhone app. This would work on Android as well. You just compile it out for both. But what I'm really curious about is this deploy button here, because now there's a deployed app store option. Before we click that, though, we need to take some time to discuss why it's so important and also why it is so painful. Why mobile apps are hard. I know a lot of y'all have spent your time doing web dev stuff. I know that's been the case for me, and I'm positive it's the case for a lot of the people who hang out here. Mobile apps are hard for reasons that are honestly a little crazy to comprehend for us web-focused developers. The way I think the problem with mobile apps is manyfold. Part one is that you are fully reliant on the platform the app is built for. Something that we do a lot of in the web is effectively reinvent the platform. Like if the web doesn't do a thing we need it to, we can build our own things instead. Stuff like, WebAssembly, letting us put our Python code, our Go code, whatever in the browser. Things like Canvas, letting us build our own engines in the browser. Mobile, for the most part, really tries to push you towards the platform itself and the things built into it. That comes with another fun catch, which is you need to keep the platform happy or risk losing everything. This isn't an exclusive to iOS or Android issue. I see a lot of people pretending that this is just an Apple problem, when in reality, Google's store rules are both a little more absurd and a lot harder to know if you're breaking, because Google does the worst reviews, and on the rare occasions that your app gets... retake on that. I know a lot of people like to think the problem with app stores is an Apple problem. I totally agree that Apple is egregiously screwing all of this up, but I don't agree it is just Apple. In fact, Google is often worse. Their bans make less sense, and when they do ban or restrict an update to your app, they give way less information and will often just do things wrong and not clarify. Like trying your hardest to ship on the Android store can be obnoxious, and I'm so thankful Epic won their court case in the Android marketplace is being forced to open up a little bit. I just wish it happened to Apple too. I hate both of how I hate how both of these companies run their app stores. The fact that to deploy an app to the iPhone store, you basically need to own a Mac is hilarious. But the biggest problem for the AI is none of this. The biggest problem is the ratio of publicly available code to accessible APIs. This is a complex thing, and I'm going to do my best to break down what I mean by this. On the web, we obviously have a ton of different solutions for building. Let's call this style solutions. Within here, we have a ton of different shit. We might have vanilla CSS. We have Bootstrap, Tailwind, CSS in JS. You get the idea. We have all sorts of different style solutions for the web. You would think this would confuse the AI because there are so many options, like it's just going to randomly rotate between them. The thing is, each of these examples, or the important detail is that each and every one of these options has an absurd amount of reference material. So this is source code using Tailwind. Source using CSS in JS, etc. So the size of the number of options is not as important as you might think. What matters much more is the amount of reference material these options have. And in the case of the web, most of the options you would reasonably pick have a ton of reference, especially when you consider the current like industry stack, the one that everyone loves to shill, myself included, of React, Next, Tailwind, TypeScript. This stack has so much reference material on the internet. Think about all the tutorials I've done that people have copied that are open source. Think about the giant code bases that have been using Cursor and other tools accidentally or even intentionally submitting all their source code. Think about all the examples that all the DevRels at all the different companies have built. The sheer volume of examples for these technologies is so high that it is very easy for AI to generate these things. So why am I talking about style solutions for web in a video about mobile apps? Well, let's talk about mobile, routing solutions. There are a lot of options for routing on iOS and Android, especially once you get into React Native. I'm even just going to limit this to React Native for now. There's 2 React navigation packages. Is it React Navigate and React Navigation? What were the old original 2 for React Native? Sorry, React Navigation and React Native Navigation were the 2. Thank you, chat. Wrong buttons. Back here. So on mobile, we had, for React Native, React Navigation, React Native Navigation, and now we also have Expo Router. So we have all these different options. The catch is, how much reference do we have for any one of these? The amount of open source code available that's using React Navigation, probably pretty small. I haven't seen too much of it. React Native Navigation, going to be a similar deal, just not much reference material. In poor Expo Router, having just dropped, there's been a lot of work to make there be more, but since it's still so new, there's even less. So the problem here is that the number of options on mobile isn't meaningfully less than the number of options on web, and the amount of reference material for any one of these options is really low as well. So we need a way to fix this. How can we fix this? We can fix it by doing something a lot of mobile devs probably aren't going to like. We can take these options and make them look a lot more similar to existing options with the tools that we already use. We've seen this already in the styling world with the number of things that look like Tailwind that aren't. Is Pinea one of the ones that's Tailwind but not? No, that's the store. What's the Tailwind alternative? Is it Uno? Yeah. Okay, retake on this. There's been a lot of effort by a lot of style solutions to try and capture what Tailwind does well. This includes things like Uno CSS, Windy CSS, which I think is dead now, Panda CSS, and so many more. These are all cool solutions that have their own benefits and negatives, but if we looked for reference material for any one of these, there just isn't going to be too much. And this sucks without AI, just because if you're trying to solve a problem in Uno, you're not going to have many references and examples to use. But if you're using Tailwind, there's a nearly infinite number of those examples all over the web. But if Uno, Windy, and Panda all support Tailwind style syntax, there's a good chance the solutions that you have from Tailwind world will work in these. And we've seen a lot of architecture moving in this direction. Another kind of crazy example is React Compiler. I have a video coming soon, it might already be out even, about how React's the last framework. And this is what I mean. The syntax of React is so common now that, like, there's just so much stuff that supports it. Part of that's because it looks so much like HTML, but most of it's because it got a certain level of traction and won. The sheer amount of example material that now exists for using React is absurd. And this kind of corners them because the React team doesn't really have as much an opportunity now to change the syntax of React. Like, let's say, just theoretically, crazy thought, they realized that having props equals like this is actually bad, and it should be done just by dropping it in line like this. That's a change they can't really make because there's not enough data for the AI that's going to be writing so much of our apps to know about this. Sure, you can put in the system prompt like, yeah, use this different new syntax, but the reference material just isn't there and it will not perform as well as a result. So how do we fix that problem? React Compiler fixed it by basically promising that we'll never have to change the syntax again. Compiler will take anything like that, like let's use that theoretical where props inline without having the object breakout is better. The compiler will change the code for us. And the compiler will do whatever the most optimal thing is for us instead, which means that we don't have to change our syntax. More importantly, our AI doesn't have to learn anything new, and the apps we get as a result are just better. I know the creator of StyleX, Naman, is actually working on something similar for Tailwind, where Tailwind code can be compiled through StyleX to have a more performant CSS and JSE solution that works well in React and React Native without having to leave behind your beloved Tailwind syntax. Super, super cool. In one sense, this is kind of how AI might hold us back. It's unlikely that we'll have a meaningful improvement in the actual tools that we're using, like the code and the languages and the syntax. A syntax change is much harder to justify now than it ever has been in the history of software dev. But again, how does this all react to mobile? Well, if we look here, we agree there are a ton of great examples of React, Next, Tailwind, and TypeScript. But React Native, less so. So there aren't as many React Native open source projects. There isn't really, or was until recently, a good Next equivalent, like React Navigation, for example, just isn't as much. Tailwind wasn't really an option. There was RN Style Sheet. Ugh. And God, if you were paying too much attention to Facebook, you might have ended up on Flow for those mobile apps. Or even if you're not React Native, let's say you're Swift. I don't know what the Swift navigation stuff looks like, so I'll leave that blank for now. We're using Swift UI. Even here, Swift UI has changed so much between major versions and randomly deprecated important things and vice versa. And Swift UI is still not being used in even the majority, I believe, of Swift apps. So you might randomly end up on, what's the name of the old UI thing? It's like Core something. I always forget because I got in during the early days of Swift UI. Regardless, there just isn't going to be as much reference material for these things. Oh, UIKit. Thank you, chat. Yeah. So there just isn't going to be as much reference material for the happy path on iOS, both because most of the code that works well for these things isn't open source, and there just isn't a culture of sharing these open source examples everywhere. And also because the amount of change in any given Swift UI version means that the code that you might have AI trained from 3 years ago barely even works today. I know that's been my experience with Swift UI. Is every time I try to open an old Swift UI project, after I've dealt with updating Xcode, I get a bunch of errors because things I was using in the past have changed or just don't exist anymore. I don't know how anyone complains about maintainability of a React code base when I basically can't ever upgrade my Swift apps, but to each their own. The main point I'm trying to make here is that there isn't enough material for training relative to the amount of things, and more importantly, the amount of change that exists within any one of these things. So how do we solve this? Well, as I was saying before, we know this is a kind of golden stack. We have these things, and it turns out AI is pretty good at generating them. You can argue all day about whether or not this tech is good. I don't care. You can't really argue that the AI is pretty good at generating these things. I've talked to a lot of people who are fanboys of other solutions that agree AI generation with the React, Next, Tailwind, TypeScript stack is in a pretty good spot overall. So how do we solve this problem? What if we tried to make a mobile stack that was so similar that the differences didn't matter as much anymore. So we go from React to React Native, duh. Next is a bit more challenging because if you look at something like React navigation, it's super mobile specific because mobile navigation is very different. That's a video I've been meaning to do for a while. The concept of a stack is very different from the concept of history. Doing a good router for mobile is challenging, especially if you want to take full advantage of all the things you can do on mobile. So you have here the stack navigation as well as the native stack router that you can create these two different stacks, and you render a navigation stack router using the native stack navigator. It's not at all like the things you're probably used to writing as a React dev. It's not here to say it's good or bad. I actually think this was critical for me to better understand the differences between mobile dev and web dev. What I am absolutely saying is this is nothing like the routers that we're using for web dev, which results in the code that we could theoretically generate just not being as good. So Expo's inadvertently solved this. Expo router is much more similar to something like Next or Remix than it is to something like, I don't know, React Navigation. So now a lot of the data for how Next works is suddenly a lot more useful when you're trying to get Expo router code to come out. This also has a really useful side benefit of how you handle your backend. A harsh reality I learned a while back is if we had a spectrum from like, I don't know, server infra dev on one side, and you have a JS pilled soy boy on the other side. This spectrum is a thing a lot of devs would fit somewhere between. I'd say I'm somewhere like right in the middle where I do a lot of backendy stuff, even if you guys don't like to admit it. Y'all probably think I'm here. I'm probably in between the two here-ish. But the important thing to note here is the place you are in dictates how comfortable you are working with either side. So if you're here, then you might be slightly more comfortable leaning into the JS side than you are on the server side. But if you're talking about, I don't know, like assembly code in FFmpeg, this is so far off that the thought of reaching out to there is terrifying for people a little further to the right on the spectrum. Where do mobile devs go on this spectrum? Tell me, chat. Where would a mobile dev go on this spectrum? Third dimension. Interesting theory. Beyond the infra, max soy dev. They hate both sides, they don't admit it. Not quite wrong. The harsh reality I've experienced is that my guess was wrong. If the average Next.js dev is here, so we'll call this average Next.js dev. The average Next dev is here. My assumption would have been that the average mobile dev would have been like somewhere a little further to the side. Like here. This would have been my guess. My guess was entirely wrong, though. After I started talking more with mobile devs and trying to build things like Upload Thing to better support the mobile use case, and also, of course, talking a lot about server components, the painful realization I had, mobile devs are further to the right than us JS-pilled soy boys. They are petrified of servers. If you ask a mobile dev to build a server, they're going to look at you like you're an alien. If you ask them to serve an endpoint with JSON, they're going to break out into a cold sweat. The reason something as horrifyingly bad as Firebase can exist is because of mobile devs not wanting to touch things that far along the road. That sucks. As such, most mobile tools, even React Native, have intentionally steered away from servers. They went out of their way to not do server-side things and just let you go deal with Firebase and build a bunch of insecure bullshit yourself. Cool. Expo Router said, screw that. Expo Router actually introduced API endpoints. Now they're introducing server rendering. I have a whole video about the cool things going on with server components in Expo Router. Expo Router also lets you export to the web. It's starting to get all the pieces you need to build an app, because when you're building an app, you're not just building a fancy UI. You also need to build something that it connects to almost always. There are very few apps worth using that don't have a server of some form backing them. But if you ask an AI to build an app and you don't know about any of those things, you don't know you need a server. And if the AI has to build the server separate from the client, the more things that are that separate and, more importantly, exist in different files or worse, different code bases, the worse the AI is at trying to mangle that whole story. Expo Router lets you have a backend file directly next to a frontend file in a syntax that's similar enough to Next's that it can mostly just work. And the best way to see this is go try building an Expo Router project if you're a Next dev. You'll be surprised how many of the things you're already familiar with will carry over. So what about the rest here? We got Tailwind. Obviously, we can't Tailwind on mobile. Well, can we? Native Wind is a really, really cool project. Native Wind is actually built by a dev that now works at Expo. And the goal of Native Wind is to make it way easier to effectively write Tailwind inside of your components for React Native. Problem solved, right? Well, there's a lot of catches, sadly, to the world of Native Wind. It's still really, really cool, and I certainly would use it if I was building a mobile app right now. I have to build a mobile app soon, don't I? Anyways, Native Wind is really, really cool, and I definitely would try and use it in places where it makes sense to. As such, problem kind of solved. We now have something that is syntactically nearly identical to Tailwind, so all that training material is still good too. In TypeScript, no one uses Flow anymore. We're all in on TypeScript still. TypeScript has an additional really nice benefit of it gives errors, and those errors can be used by the AI to do a better job of fixing the problems that you might have. Fuck yeah. All solved, right? Now we have a toolkit that is so similar to this popular web stack that we have much more reference material that might not be perfect material, but it's close enough that we can maybe get a little bit further. And it seems like that's the case. If we look at the code that was generated here, it's going to look a lot like if I had built the same thing in web. You know what? Let's test that. I'm actually curious. Let's take the exact same prompt. Build a web app with Next.js. Should be a basic AI chatbot app. Let's see how similar the output code looks, because I have a suspicion here. I have to command minus once or twice to make this a little more readable. This part doesn't look super similar. Just send a message. Looks like it's using mock data still. Take a look at the code quick. Up over to page. God, this is annoying because of my don't have much visual real estate. Is there a button to make the code part bigger and the chat part smaller? Is it that? Cool. That's what we wanted. There we go. Will full screen hide the top nav? It won't. Annoying. Okay. So this is the React Native version. Oh, look at that. They even have like an in-browser preview thing. That's really, really useful, actually. The mock AI responses, chat screen, input, set input, messages, add message, flat list. This is the most React Native-y part. Flat list is chaos. We hop over here. Input, set input, messages, set messages, is loading, set is loading. Handle submit. This one has the simulation for the AI response. If we look at the actual markup here, oh, it's pretty smart here. It's pulling in keyboard avoiding view, flat list, view. Did it not use Native Wind for this one? Interesting. I assumed it would just always use native wind. Does it even have the package for it? It doesn't. Fascinating. They might have put more effort in here than I thought. This is actually really cool and very interesting to see. Let's compare the routing, see if that's a little more similar. Looks like the routing here is super minimal. We have the layout, the root, page, and then globals. And it went a little further with the routing here, where it also made a settings page, as an example, with a handle clear chat button. This is trained on some different stuff by the looks of all this. It's different enough. Let's see how the chat store was handled on this side, if it even was. It's not. It's just messages, set messages. Interesting. I would have expected more overlap in these two than we're seeing. Fascinating. Use native wind instead. Terminal error, what are our problems? Dot plugins is not. Good old Metro errors. Let's try closing and rerunning the dev environment. That'll often fix this. Oh no, you guys saw my QR code again. Dot plugin is not a valid plugin property. Is it an app JSON? Let's let it try and fix. Appears we got this into a pretty broken state. We'll roll back. Yeah. RIP. Worth a shot. It's funny how similar this is to my actual experience building on mobile. It always breaks in the most egregious, nonsensical ways. That's erroring like mad. Hopefully a reset will fix that. Cool. There we go. Did somebody on Android scan that code? Freaking nerds. It is pretty cool that you can do that, though. That, like, I can be working on an app here and give the code to someone on my team to go quickly try it. That's one of the things I'm most excited about here is the idea of getting to play with an app before it's done. Apple's historically been really, really nasty about what they do and don't allow on the App Store. Funny enough, Expo largely exists because they had been trying to build a better mobile browser that lets you do more app-like things, and Apple just would ban them. So instead, they try to make it easier to build apps because they couldn't build a platform for new types of apps. They instead built an easier way to build them in the first place. Due to all of the legal issues that Apple's been running into around how they run the App Store, it seems like they've been a little bit more tolerant of people experimenting on the fringes of what should or shouldn't be allowed for an app that lets you do other app stuff. It's cool to see this all coming together now. But here I have my React Native app in the browser. If you didn't already know, React Native isn't just for native platforms like iOS and Android. You can run it on consoles as well. But more importantly, React Native works for web. Fun fact, React Native for web was originally built for Twitter. Twitter doesn't use React Native on iOS or Android, but they do use React Native for the website to this day. We've been playing around a lot. It's fragile. I won't pretend otherwise. Mobile ecosystem always is, especially when you're running a mobile app building toolkit like this in the browser. But I want to hit the last scary button. Deploy to App Store. I have no idea what this is going to entail. We'll go on this ride together. Submitting to App Store. EAS Submit. It's a hosted service. Oh, is it just EAS Submit? I already know EAS Submit. Yep. I was curious how they did this. It makes sense they just kick you off here, though. If you're not already familiar with what it takes to deploy something to the App Store, you need to pay Apple's $100 a year fee in order to have an official Apple developer account. You have to make a native app binary signed for the App Store submission that gets submitted to Apple with all the instructions and metadata that they require, especially for permission stuff. Like if you need camera permission, you need to have a descriptive reason you use the camera in your app before Apple will even look at the app. They'll just throw it out and say, describe this better. Once you've done all that, you can submit the binary to Apple to see if they'll approve it or not. Not fun to sign it and do all of that stuff. I've fought Xcode so many times trying to get an app to sign properly. Expo made this a lot easier where you can just run the EAS submit command and it will do most of these steps for you. If it doesn't have the right Apple keys, it'll give you the link to go deal with it. Does all those parts. Annoying, but it works. Is a hell of a lot better than the alternatives. I'll be real, I don't think I could deploy an app right now without using Expo, just because it's so many steps that it's hellish. I was thinking they had a deploy to App Store button. I'm curious, can I run EAS submit here? It's -p iOS, right? Yep. Error could not determine an executable to run. That makes sense. The way Bolt and StackBlitz prior work is that this isn't running on a server that they have that we're SSHing into effectively. Bolt is running in my browser as a web container. So they have an actual like mini Node-esque thing running in my browser. In that Node VM effectively, that is technically based on web standard V8, lets me run a lot of things in the browser without needing an external separate server. But that means it's not Windows or Mac or Linux. It's this weird fourth thing. Because of that, things that need a binary to run, stuff like, because this isn't a real traditional platform, there are certain things that expect a native platform, like ES Build, the Golang alternative to compiling your TypeScript and JavaScript code and bundling it. ES Build is written in Go. It needs a native binary. Thankfully, ES Build has a WASM compatible binary that you could use for things like this. If you're using Vite in the browser, it's going to use the ES Build WASM container or binary. But EAS Submit, that's going to be harder. Expo building all the necessary integrations to bundle, compile, and submit an app for review. There's no way they're getting that all working in the web. I was suspicious when I heard there was a deploy to web button, but now it all makes a lot more sense. Oh, this is the next one. We're going to leave that. So actually, maybe it will work. Yes. Submit. Nope. Worth a shot. You can still deploy to web because, again, React Native for web is a thing. But the App Store deployment's still your problem.
Hi, my name's Keith.
Oops, wrong button. It has gotten a lot easier where you can do the whole thing in 15 minutes if you follow this video, which is genuinely dope and cool to see. But it's still hands-on. So it feels like we've solved a lot of the problems here. There's like a spectrum of from idea to shipped. And on web, the spectrum is relatively short. Like the amount of effort it takes to go from an idea for a web app to shipping it, relatively small. The amount of effort for mobile is significantly larger with significantly more painful stopgaps. If we have a line here that's like, it works on my machine, that line occurs pretty close to the shipping line for web. That line occurs a lot later overall on mobile, but a lot earlier in terms of you're ready to go. I can't tell you how many times I had an app that works totally fine on my phone or my iPad that I then have to go through 15 more steps of it builds a binary finally to my Apple dev account was approved. To my app is submitted for review. To I passed all the reviews. To finally you can ship. And there are just so many more of these steps that it's, how do I put this? This whole spectrum here from idea to shipped has been largely figured out with AI. Tools like Bolt.new, V0, Lovable, all of those are now at the point where you can go from idea to shipped with very little experience pretty easily. Will the thing you build be great? Will it work really reliably? Will it handle a lot of traffic? Hard to know. But you can do this whole process relatively quickly now with AI. The AI part here can help maybe best case up to this part, which is still more, and this is the most important thing to recognize, is the amount of effort here just to make a mobile app that works on your machine is comparable to the effort it takes to ship your whole mobile app. This is the important part I want to really emphasize. If this box is the effort it takes to get a mobile app working on your machine from idea to I have something on my computer that works, that is less effort, or that is more, retake on that. So if this box is the effort it takes, just getting it built is more effort on mobile than shipping the whole thing is on web. Which sucks in so many regards, because if you're the creators of Bolt or Expo, you will put years of work to optimize this box to make this better. And you'll get less attention for it and have affected the whole spectrum less on it than if a web dev fixes this part, or even if they just fix this part from when it works on your machine to shipped. This is significantly less effort than what it took to make Bolt work with Expo. But this looks more appealing. And the fact that it takes this much effort just to get that far sucks. The fact that all of the rest of these steps takes even longer, ugh. Especially if we're a little more realistic here, where the amount of space between my app is submitted for review and I passed all the reviews is comparable to the entire idea to shipped pipeline for web. Like, these gut feel from my experience are roughly the same length. So, yeah, I was hopeful that the Bolt Expo stuff would go a little further, maybe get to here for me. But I understand why it can't. That's so much chaotic additional work to do. And if this part here is what Bolt does, maybe also Expo Router helps a lot here. Let me color these to make it a little clearer what I'm saying. Make that like lower opacity, green, cool. So this part's like what Bolt and Expo Router are helping with. This part here this is what EAS build helps with. The dev account approved thing isn't too bad, so I'll move that there. We'll say this is like just good docs. We don't even care about that part, whatever. Just do it. This part, not really worth optimizing. Getting your app submitted for reviews, annoying, but not too bad. This, I'll say EAS submit is really good for. Draw my arrow. EAS submit helps here. And then this last part. Oh man, this last part. Only thing that helps here, in the wonderful words of Apple and conferences, only thing that's going to help you here is courage. Yeah, this is the problem. I dream of a world where shipping mobile apps is as easy as shipping web apps. And as exciting as it is to have this part, and now even this part too, more and more solved, the rest of the spectrum still sucks. And because of that, it's really hard for someone with an idea to justify starting with a mobile app. If you can start with a web version, it's more and more viable to go in that direction. And the fact that I could literally just go over in the, where's my Bolt New that had the other app? Here. Yeah. So this is my Next.js app, right? Yes. This is my Next.js AI chat app generated on Bolt. If I want to add a database, I can click connect to Supabase and connect it. Oh, apparently it's not supported with Next. That's funny. And when I'm ready to deploy it, I just click deploy. And now it's going live on Netlify. We are not there for mobile. And unless Apple makes specific changes, it's going to be a long time before we are. Because realistically speaking, pretty much everything here is Apple making it hard, and Google too, to be fair. This part is what makes mobile app development way harder than it needs to be. This part sucks too. There's been a lot of effort to innovate on this side. But this is what makes shipping your first mobile app, maintaining that mobile app, and really succeeding with the release cycle of building software. This is what makes it suck. And realistically speaking, something like T3 Chat that we have slaved over and that we're shipping probably 10 updates a day to, mobile is not built in a way where we can ship at that speed. It is sad to say, but mobile app development and the mobile app platforms are just, they hadn't even caught up to where web dev was 5 years ago yet. Now with the AI stuff, it just feels so laughably behind. And I honestly think whichever app platform, be it iOS or Android, caves and flattens this first is going to see a level of innovation in mobile software that we haven't seen since the iPhone first added the App Store. And I will pose this as a challenge to any people who I know working at Apple and Google. Whoever can squash this first, whoever can go from, like, this is still the equivalent of buying your own servers, going to the warehouse and racking them yourself. Whoever can make the jump from that to Vercel or that to Netlify first to solve this problem, that's the platform that wins. And all of the effort companies like Expo are doing to make this smoother is necessary to ship at all. But if we want to see an exponential curve, exponential growth in the number of mobile apps being built, if we want to see a revolution in the things we can do with applications on our phone, we can't keep hacking around Apple and Google. We need Apple or Google to fundamentally change how this all happens. We need Apple and Google to go back to Steve Jobs' original vision for the iPhone announcement.
And you lose them, yuck. Nobody wants a stylus, so let's not use.
Let's find the part with apps in here.
But make this and universal. A WAP version of the New York. It's really cool. So let's go see. Best because you can keep your. So let's go see. Message, it'll push it right out to the phone for you. Same as a BlackBerry. free now is I'd like to show you mail and widgets run in here, and it's coming up on a phone. Best, yep, just double tap it here, so I can pick that one if I want.
Trying to find the part about apps.
That's as far as we can go with the map, but we can go on a phone, Google Maps, and widgets. It's the internet in your pocket. For the iPod, you can do an iPod here. I'm listening.
The iPod part. Need to be careful for copyright. God, where is it? I know it's in here. It's HTML5. I'll just search the transcript. Does this not have a transcript? What the fuck? I know they didn't have apps. They had HTML5 and they shilled it really hard. So not the Safari part?
We've got web phone. Widgets, what can be served app is who have free
HTML5.
and you lose them.
Apparently you can ask Gemini for these types of things. Tempting. AI Studio. Wait one sec. Where in this video does Steve Jobs mention HTML5? Model cannot open links. Okay, 6 minutes, 57 seconds is wrong. No, that's it. Used the timestamp that was in the URL that I just copy pasted. That's obnoxious.
HTML.
Somebody has the snippet in chat.
Now, before I get into the App Store, I want to make something really clear. We support two platforms. HTML5.
Interesting. There was a separate, like, he was talking about it as though all we would need was mobile web. I'm trying to find that. I was so sure it was part of this original keynote.
Incredible pleasure to work on this great technology. iPod, and look, so I want to, and let's see what happens
Don't
when I
want
get
copywritten music, no,
be
never.
alerted. Device. It's part of iPhone. So what's this all about? Well, we've got some real breakthroughs here. Start off with, we've got rich.
Fuck. I know there was no App Store in the original release, guys. I'm fully familiar with that. There was a point in this presentation where Steve Jobs says that we can just use HTML5. Theo, oh, somebody found it?
Now, what about developers? What about developers?
Good old YouTube breaking.
Now, What about developers? What about developers? We have been trying to come up with a solution to expand the capabilities of iPhone by letting developers write great apps for it and yet keep the iPhone reliable and secure. And we've come up with a very sweet solution. And let me tell you about it. So, we've got an innovative new way to create applications for mobile devices. Really innovative. And it's all based on the fact that iPhone has the full Safari inside it. The full Safari engine is inside of iPhone. And it gives us tremendous capability, more than has ever been in a mobile device to this date. And so you can write amazing Web 2.0 and AJAX apps that look exactly and behave exactly like apps on the iPhone. And these apps can integrate perfectly with iPhone services. They can make a call. They can send an email. They can look up a location on Google Maps. After you write them, you have instant distribution. You don't have to worry about distribution. Just put them on your internet server. And they're really easy to update. Just change the code on your own server rather than having to go through this really complex update process. And
I'm sorry. It's so funny hearing this in retrospect because all of the things he is saying make this a good app platform are things they screwed up with the App Store. Each and every one of them.
they're secure with the same kind of security you'd use for transactions with Amazon or a bank. And they run securely on the iPhone so that they don't compromise its reliability or security. And guess what? There's no SDK that you need. You've got everything you need if you know how to write apps using the most modern web standards to write amazing apps for the iPhone today. You can go live on June 29th. Now,
maybe, just maybe, Apple will see the light. Remember the promises Steve Jobs made back when the iPhone was revealed. And perhaps someday we'll actually have an experience deploying apps on mobile that is as good as what he just described, because it seems like Jobs gets it. You shouldn't need to do all of those crazy things and jump through all those hoops just to make a great app for mobile users. And it's just hilarious in retrospect to look at that list and realize how far from the good graces of the original promise Apple has landed. And hopefully this video helps showcase how far we are from what Apple even knows is a good developer experience. All of the things Steve Jobs just listed as what makes developing for iPhone great is not true at this point in time. Yeah. Perhaps in the future we'll have a better platform, or perhaps in the future we'll actually be able to deploy our apps on mobile as simply as was just described. But for now, we're still trying to figure out how to build them in the first place. It's kind of crazy that making apps has only gotten harder over the years, despite the fact that making websites has only gotten easier. I hope this was a useful video. What a set of crazy tangents. Let me know what you guys think. Until next time, peace, nerds. Yeah. Thank you to the chatters who found that one for me. Legends. Drop that in here. What a journey. I am going to post this video on Twitter later because it annoys me. Does that scene happen anywhere in here? I'm so sure the developers thing, it was in this. Oh, this is the Macworld keynote, not the WWDC one. Yeah, that's what it was from. There we go. I knew it was 2007. Never question my timelines with Apple stuff. I might get the specific event wrong. My timestamps are on fucking point. This one has a transcript too. Fuck yeah. Saving this as a reference for later. Noted. Thank you all. Thank you, Faye. Staying on top of things. Good shit. That was fun. I enjoyed that. Still mad at Cloudflare. I was considering filming a video on this, but it looks like we're getting priority help already just from my tweet. I was only gonna do the video to like try and get it fixed faster, but it seems like they're on it now. Just trying to keep my team unblocked for upload thing stuff. Honestly, I'm gonna switch over to Zen for Excala drawing. So I have the sidebar that floats there. Dev is hard prime thing. Cool. Just making this for if I decide to do that, which I probably will. Yeah, I agree. Apple made the right call killing Flash. That was a shit show. PWAs are just not there. There was a GitHub repo that was like some Vival Arc, I think. It was a Vivaldi like guide for Arc users that let me archify most of it. Vival Arc here, yeah, this guy. Only issue is you can't get the URL bar here. It has to be on top. They insist on the address bar being at the top, which is okay for like my dev stuff, but it is not. What the hell? Twitch chat. Yeah, it's fine for me for dev stuff, which is mostly what I use it for, and also YouTube when I'm doing stuff like this. But browsing in Zen is still nicer overall. I will not be making a browser. I want to cover this before I forget. Real quick, I want to check up on YouTube. Thank you, everybody, for stopping by over on the YouTube site. Appreciate each and every one of y'all. I missed any subs over here? I missed a raid. Thank you, Bartek, for the raid. I missed a bunch of subs. Thank you, Samir, as always. Thanks for stopping by. Orbit with the tier 1. Theo M with the 4 months. Malik with the prime. Jacob, the legend. Always good to see you, man. Thank you for 28 months of consistent support. Then Tramp Boat, new 56K modem. Appreciate it. Hope that modem's handling the bandwidth of the stream well. I want to do this one because I'm thinking about it now. Let's do it. Cool. I'm not going to do like a fancy intro for this one. So I, like most of you, watch videos from this. So I, like most of you, have this particular tech YouTuber I watch, the Prime Timeagen or something, I think. Yeah, I guess he used to work at Hulu or something. This video was really, really interesting, though. I've already watched it, I think, twice now. But I wanted to go through it with you guys because there's a lot of things Prime says about building with frameworks that I think we can learn a lot from. But I don't fully agree with the conclusion because I think there are important details he is missing as he discusses it. So if you want to see the best into this video is going to be a little different than usual because we'll be going piece by piece through this admittedly quite short video, 4 minutes and 20 seconds, and I will likely be diagramming my thoughts. I have no idea how we're going to orchestrate this, but I still have to pay my team. Quick word from our sponsor, then we'll get right to it. Cool. Let's hear what Prime said first and foremost.
And bro, why we move from PHP and jQuery to React to the client-side rendering when it comes to web development nowadays? We're trying to again to move everything to the server with Next.js, server actions, and SSR. I don't know, because life would be a tragedy if it wasn't a comedy. What do you want me to say? We're going to keep running this wheel. Honestly, in 2 years, people are going to say, my gosh, move everything to the client. And then we're going to do the client again. And then everyone's going to be like, no, let's move it to the server.
This one's particularly funny for me because I'm in the process of moving everything back to the client with T3 chat as one of the biggest proponents of server components. So I feel it. This is going to be a fun one. Let's hear what he has to say a bit more first because I agree with more than you probably expect, but the details are where the killers are.
Server, and then they're going to move it on the server again. No one's going to be happy. Can I tell you a secret to life? Why you see this kind of repetitive nature of thin client, thick client, and all this? It's actually really, really simple. First, you start building something. When you build this, it seems really nice. It seems really great. This new way of doing things, let's just call it jQueryous for now, is really awesome. So much better than what was before. You can actually do like CSS selectors with Sizzle. It's fantastic. So you start building and it gets great. But then you cross like 20,000 lines of code. And it just kind of sucks on the front end. So what do you do next? At some point, you get into this new library called FreeAct. And FreeAct, man, HTML, it's so good. It's so much better. Man, there's like life cycles. And then you go, oh, once it gets big, it gets really bad. And you're like, oh, why is this so bad? And so the next thing happens. And it's bad. And then the next thing happens, and when it gets big, it's bad. And then the next thing happens, it gets big and it gets bad. And like, you know what the secret is? Coding always kind of sucks. It's always hard. It's like eventually everything just sucks. And that's where the fun is just building the thing.
And here's where I need to jump in. First and foremost, I agree. Most things get bad at a certain size. When code bases get large, DX tends to go to shit. If we were to chart this, we have our green line. We'll say this green line is the amount of code. And we'll say this red line is the quality of experience. So the quality of experience might be pretty consistent for a while, but you'll hit a threshold where suddenly it starts to go down. And then you might hit another where it gets worse and worse until you've bottomed out and everybody on your team is waiting 5 minutes for HMR your build pipeline takes 2 hours to compile your JavaScript into other JavaScript, and you're questioning if you should quit and become a farmer. This is real. Quality or DX. I'll just call it DX for developer experience. And here we'll say green is amount of code. This is effectively what Prime is saying, and I totally agree. Whenever you try something new, this is really, really crucial, because when you're working on a code base that is many years old, you are inherently here. And when you're trying out something for the first time, you're starting here. If your first experience with React is in a code base that is here, you're going to hate it. And that's a sad reality, is that React is so popular. A lot of people's first React experience is when the code base that they're working in is already so far gone that the experience can't be good. But if you're trying out something new like Svelte, all of the Svelte code in the world probably gets to like here max, just because the projects people use Svelte for are inherently smaller and they've optimized the hell out of how they're building them, and the teams working on those projects tend to be smaller too. There just aren't that many giant Svelte code bases. So even if you're hopping into an existing one, chances are the DX is going to feel much better simply because the size of the surface area you're covering is way smaller. But chances are you're starting here and slowly ramping here, and it takes a while before you start to feel the pain of the developer experience getting worse because you need a ton of code to get there. But this is only one aspect. It's only one dimension, so to speak, of this. We are just comparing DX here to amount of code. I want to compare this to something else because this is short selling, like significantly short selling, the benefits of a lot of these tools and technologies. Let's change this from amount of code to amount of functionality in our code. So this is like building a blog is going to be fundamentally less functionality. What I mean by this is, think of like a blog. Most blogs have way less functionality than an app like Twitter does or an app like T3 Chat does. The amount of functionality that your code base provides its users is a very important metric to consider relative to the experience you have developing it. And my hot take here is that, just a heads up, here's where the hot takes are going to start. If this green line is the amount of functionality in the code base, let's compare this for different technologies. For vanilla HTML Ajax, I'd say it's something like this. The amount of functionality you can get peaks at around, I don't know what that is. I don't want presentation mode. No, go away. The amount of functionality you get working with something like vanilla HTML and Ajax is limited effectively to Gmail. Gmail was one of the first really big, popular, successful Ajax apps. If you're not familiar with Ajax, it's asynchronous JavaScript and XML. It was the ability for the browser to request more data and update the page without having to load a new page. It was kind of the start of the web we know, where I can do things like, think about all the stuff I can do on this page without changing the URL. The URL will always be the same, but I can rule the world from here. Or scrolling through Twitter, it'll just be on the homepage, but you can do so much from there. The problem here is with vanilla HTML and Ajax, actually getting the data from the server, updating the HTML, and giving the user the result is easy for a short, quick example, but the more complex the app gets, the more relations there are between different elements on the page. Once you're at the point where there's a button on the bottom right that triggers something in the top left to update something on the center of the screen, fetching from these 4 different places, you have to create and manage all of those bindings and relationships yourself. The relationship between an element of HTML, some data from the server, and the JavaScript that does the triggering and the updating, you have to define that relationship yourself. And doing it with vanilla browser APIs was hell. Which is why a wonderful technology named jQuery was invented. jQuery was so much better. I would argue that compared to like the vanilla HTML alternatives, it was an exponential increase in the capabilities of what your applications could do before you started hitting these DX walls. The important line to imagine here is, how far can you go before you feel like shit using the thing, before the quality starts to dip? And if we look down, you'll see the vanilla HTML did not get you anywhere near as far as jQuery did. I know this is not real metrics, but hopefully it'll communicate the actual experience I and many have had using these tools and technologies. And to be clear, a big jQuery code base and a similarly sized React code base will probably provide a similarly bad developer experience if we're just comparing lines of code. But we're not. We're comparing the functionality that those code bases provide to their users. And if we look at React this way, you'll see how monumental a win it is. React lets you build significantly more complex applications with significantly less code. It doesn't mean a big React code base is pleasant. In many ways, a big React code base is even harder to work in than certain jQuery ones, especially depending on which libraries you chose and how it's architected. But React makes building relationships in the functionality in your application significantly easier, and it does that by modeling those relationships differently. They model it top down with the state, and that modeling makes a ton of stuff way easier. It also, and this is probably the most controversial thing I'll say, it makes the maintainability of larger code bases significantly better too. It is inarguable that it is easier to build a complex web application with React than it was with jQuery. You could make an argument against the maintainability of a larger code base and the maintainability of an experience with a shitload of React devs working in the same project together. But the reality is a code base with 1,000 devs using jQuery, where they're all changing where the state's coming from, how the UI updates, all that, the amount of hell you're going to run into, the amount of random problems you'll hit constantly is absurd. Because you don't know when you document or like $.get element by ID, some element, you don't know this element exists. You can check once you've gotten it if it does or not, but you're not controlling it rendering. This element exists because it was in the HTML already, or some other jQuery code put it there. So if you're writing code that fetches data, like we $.ajax/API/user info, then now you have to update wherever we want this code to go. We'll call this, I don't know, var user pro element equals whatever. We'll change this over to the code mode. Cool. Now we have our Ajax call, and this guy will user pro element dot inner HTML equals div data dot username. You get the idea. This is super pseudocodey. I haven't written jQuery in so long, it's going to get roasted. I don't care. The point here being, you have to know this element exists, fire the API call, target that element, and update its content all yourself. Now imagine these things live in different files. Yeah, okay. This was .callback, not then, whatever. You get the idea. If these things are right above each other like this, and you know that this element always exists, fine. But as soon as any variability exists here, as soon as these are in different files, as soon as some element is rendered by something else, as soon as this call gets fired in a different place that it might not belong, as soon as this gets put in a button somewhere, good luck, have fun, especially if you have a lot of people contributing to this code base. The simplicity, this is just as good as React for something like a counter or a basic table that shows a bunch of data. But as soon as the complexity of what users expect from the app goes up, as soon as the complexity of the team goes up, as soon as the complexity of the expectations of this code base go up, this model falls apart. And the thing React allowed is for us to get way further before we hit that DX cliff. Instead of 2 developers and a month of work putting us in hell, 10 developers and 3 months of work can now put us in hell. But in those 10 months, in those 3 developers' time, but in those 3 months with those 10 devs, you can build like 50 times the functionality. And the problems are also more solvable too, because we've worked together as an ecosystem to identify as many of these problems and solve them. Funny enough, server components are one of those things. The goal with server components is specifically to reduce the complexity both for the browser and for the developers in loading data properly to our users. Doing good data loading patterns in a single page app is not easy, especially if you're rolling it yourself. You'll very quickly fall into waterfall hell where you're doing a request, it renders something, it does another request, and it renders something. Not good. The goal of server components is to reduce the likelihood that you get yourself into one of those scenarios, thereby reducing the complexity necessary to achieve a certain level of functionality. And that's another way to view this. If we have a certain amount of functionality we want our users to have access to, if we set a bar for that. I'm trying to think how to visualize this. This is going to be a tough one to visualize. Oh, I know how. So let's put this arbitrary bar here for our app. We'll call it, I don't know, T5 chat. No idea where I came up with that name. If we wanted to achieve that level of functionality, let's say that this axis here is, that's a shit arrow. Let me redraw that. I don't need that arrow for that. That's fine. Cool. Let's say this axis here is code base complexity. And this arrow up here, or this direction here, is code base functionality. So let's realize I turned code font still. I want my fancy handwritten. There we go. Everyone's favorite font. If we wanted to build something like T5 chat, and we wanted to do this in jQuery, the amount of complexity necessary to get there is not pleasant. So this is jQuery's complexity. Can I put that in the line? There's a way to add text in a line. Is it only in arrows? That's annoying. jQuery. So for jQuery to get to that level of complexity of function, for jQuery to get to this level of functionality, you have to build something pretty complex. What's the option? I always forget the key to just clone instead of. Okay, there we go. Nice. For React, though, it's less bad. And this is the most important thing I want to draw the distinction of. You could vaguely map code-based complexity to lines of code. I'll even do that to entertain the point Prime was making. The reality is, if we look at a line here, both jQuery and React are probably similarly miserable to maintain at this level of complexity. The difference is how much functionality do you get at that level of complexity? And with React, you get a hell of a lot more. And the other really cool effect of this is you can now reach previously unimaginable levels of functionality without the complexity getting out of the scope of what humans can maintain. I need more room down here to diagram this. Since React allows for much more complex things to be modeled in a much similar and more maintainable way, something as complex as T3 chat in jQuery could be something as complex as Figma in React. Not literally, but you get the point. The level of complexity you can build into your apps and the level of functionality you can build into your apps before you hit these complex walls is significantly higher. And that shows in the maintainability too. I've worked in a lot of big code bases that are using a lot of different tech. And as hellish as a big React code base is, it's not as hellish as a bigger jQuery one. And the functionality you get out of that code base is way higher. And this is probably where the biggest change has happened. When jQuery was popular, user expectations were much lower. The expectation wasn't the world's fastest AI chat app. The expectation was slightly slower Outlook alternative. And when this is what people were expecting, jQuery was a monumental win, because previously that would have taken like the same level of complexity that something like T5 chat would without jQuery. React makes it comically easy, though. Now there are teams of 2 or 3 people building Gmail alternatives that feel just as good as Gmail, because that's all it takes now. If you had a code base the size of Gmail's, React would suck to work with, the same way that Gmail's code base sucks to work with. But it's unfair to paint all of the progress in new tools and solutions as complexity we haven't hit yet, when you don't also acknowledge the fact that the functionality we can provide at a certain level of complexity is so much higher. And we also haven't talked about the most important addition here, which is TypeScript. Hell, I would even say pre-TypeScript, the benefits of jQuery versus React are not as big. I would say React may be here just by itself, but React plus TypeScript and the relationships that now let you confidently change code in one place and know the other places it breaks. Oh, God, the amount of crazy I've done more crazy refactors in any given month since TypeScript was a prominent thing in the code bases I worked in than I did in my entire life before then, simply because TypeScript makes you much more capable of making a scary change without making sure every single element somewhere that uses this ID is rendered on the page before you try and write to it. Yeah. The level of complexity that I can own before my brain breaks has gone up. The amount of functionality my apps can provide per line of code has gone up. The expectations of users has gone up. The quality of the tools we use to pull this all together has gone up. Everything is improving. Sure, we're going from server to client to server back and forth. We're looking at PHP and learning from it 20 years later. If only we just stuck with it. No, stop all of this. We need to be able to acknowledge when certain solutions go too far and we need to walk back a bit without saying that we were entirely wrong and that there is no benefit of these new tools. We need to be able to say that a big React code base is bad in ways similar to a big jQuery code base without pretending that those two code bases did the same thing and met expectations the same way. With expectations rising, with the quality of applications we use in the browser rising, with the size of the average team working on these things going up, and now finally in layoff AI world starting to go down a bit, you have to talk about all those things as well. And as much as I agree with Prime, and I absolutely agree that a large, complex code base sucks regardless of the tools you're using, you need to acknowledge the fact that a company the size of Netflix would not have had a good time if they had built that on jQuery instead. The functionality and the user's expectations are way more important than any quality of developer experience. And React won for those reasons. It lets us ship what our users expect at scales that were previously unimaginable without fully ruining our lives, only kind of. I think I made my point here. Chat, how are you guys feeling? Am I insane or... Yeah, I agree with this statement, Dogpaw Hat. New tech enables reinvention of old businesses are way easier every 10 years. A thing I think a lot about. Funny enough, I heard this quote first from Luke from LTT, and he couldn't find the original source. I've been hunting for it. Any piece of software gets around 3x easier to build every 3 years. It's a really rough estimate. And I'm sure AI has accelerated this in ways we could never have imagined. But I absolutely believe it. Me and my team were able to build a very compelling Zoom alternative with Ping. Like a full-on Zoom clone, effectively, for creators to do good, high-quality HD live collaborations. I had the working version of this myself in a week. Years before, even like a year or two prior, that would have been unimaginable. And I did this before AI tools too. These tools make it so much easier to build things that they inherently allow for less complexity. These new tools allow for things to be so much easier to build that the results inherently less complexity per feature, less complexity per thing the app can do. And with that, apps can be more complex too. And that's awesome. That's a really good thing. The fact that it's so easy, or the fact that it's so easy to build things that we build today, that a small team can build stuff that used to take 30 engineers, that's not because React is bad. And to pretend that is absolutely delusional. That's because these tools are showing actual meaningful wins. We need to be able to talk about the move from client to server. We need to be able to talk about complex code bases sucking to work in. We need to be able to talk about all of these things without blindly pretending it was just as good back in the day. It wasn't. The tools are keeping up with user expectations, and user expectations are keeping up with the wins we get from those tools. As it gets easier to build great software, users expect better and better software. This all needs to keep moving up. We're not on a pendulum. We're on a spiral staircase headed towards better software. And we need to be fighting together to prevent the AI slop from putting us in a buggy, hellish landscape. And if we can't acknowledge that tools like React are a win, then the AI bots that are using them to take over the world with crap software are going to win instead. You got to pick a side. And as sad as it is, jQuery is not the side you want to be on right now. I have a lot of other videos talking about things like jQuery and HTMX and where I think they fit in a modern landscape and ecosystem. I just wish people would stop pretending those tools were good enough for everything. Like when I'm building the sync engine for T3 chat, I don't pretend that serverless works great for that. I know that if I want to build that properly with live updating when things change, that's going to require a dedicated server and WebSockets. The way I prefer to build doesn't map well to that. I am shortcutting around it in the ways that I can that make sense. But that's a shortcoming of the way I choose to build. I wish more of these anti-JS people would acknowledge the fact that the same way I know serverless doesn't work for certain complex use cases, jQuery works even worse. And if you think throwing a WebSocket in a serverless environment is bad, wait till you try using jQuery to build a Twitter clone. You'll understand pain at that point. So please make sure these conversations about complexity in our code bases also think about the functionality and the expectations of users. Because if we don't work together to make the tooling better for the problems that we want solved, the AI will win and we'll be sitting in a corner playing with our Emacs configs pretending it matters. And we don't want that. We really don't want that. Video killed the radio star, and AI is going to slaughter the jQuery fanboy into teeny tiny pieces. Please, please be responsible when we talk about these things. Anything else I missed here? Cool. I think I got everything I need to here. Let me know what you guys think about this. Let me know what you guys think about this. Are you going to go config your Emacs? Let me know what you guys think about this. I know it's a different take for me and a very different structure of video. I'm curious how y'all feel. And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. Oh, well, that's a video for sure. Thank you, Gabriel. Oh, thanks, Check Souls, for the gift subs. Appreciate that a ton. Thank you for the support. What else have I missed while filming? Do they have bad waterfalls of request? Open up the network tab on Twitch. Database for TV chat was destroyed with all the chat history. Do you still have your chats locally? Yep. And they'll resync next time you send a message. Check Souls, gifted 5 subs. Thank you again so much for the gifts, man. Really appreciate it. You click the subtitle button on YouTube and you don't have them live because they're not generated yet. I will say, generally speaking, no, link it. Generally speaking, with language stuff, there's a certain, it sucks that this is the case, but because most of the like best programming resources are in English, if you're not relatively fluent at hearing and understanding English, your career growth is somewhat capped as a developer. English is the only language you effectively need to know to be a senior dev. And it sucks that that's the case, but most programming languages are written in English. Their documentation's absolutely written in English. English has become a painful pre-requirement for being a certain level of developer. And being that my audience is much more senior than the average technical YouTube audience, the effort I could put into making my content more accessible to non-English speakers would be effort to make my audience less senior, which is not something I specifically put a lot of effort in to maintain a level of seniority in my audience. It would not be sensical for me. It would hurt me, my channel, my audience, and the value of what I provide to put the effort in to make things better for non-English speakers. And it's shitty that the incentives work out that way. But with my goal of having a senior audience, supporting more languages would result in significantly, or just more junior developers. And that's just not worth it. I need to localize our apps. The T3 chat's the first one we've built in a while where it really seems worthwhile to do it. Yep. Gabriel, I'm making 50% more than the peers on his same level that only speak Spanish. Yep. Fully lines up. Interesting. Very interesting. I'll definitely play with this. I mean, some of these are shit diagrams. Like this is a terrible. This diagram says nothing. Good visualization is hard. I've considered doing a video on doing better like visualization for things. It's so hard to even explain good visualizations. Yep. Can confirm English has been one of the biggest decisive factors on getting promoted and advancing my career. I know Payload very well. We've worked together a bunch. This is basically where I'm at, Gabriel. I've wanted to do this video on like the only language you need to know to be a senior programmer, but it will anger the wrong people, and I don't care enough to do that. I mean, I generally speaking say that you should avoid Flutter as best you can. You're not wrong. Thank you, Kevin, for the sub, by the way. Can't wait to write CSS scripts, and we'll talk about running CSS on the server for 10 years. Yep. Eva, what's the thing you're threatening me with that you sent the scary DM about over the weekend? Cool. I didn't see your message. No worries. Oh no. I'm scared. Eva surprises are terrifying. This isn't a new browser. This is Arc still. Or not Arc Zen, sorry. God damn it. That was a bad mistake. God, why is Notion being so... That's a new Notion bug where it like splits out like that and it's driving me fucking mad. I might hit up my people there because this one's really annoying. CSS has functions now. What? That's annoying. Whatever. Yeah, Notion's slowly falling apart. It's going to drive me insane. I think I'm going to do that one. The to prevent the Evas of the world PR. Oh, God. Qwen's coming up in a bit. I got to do the CSS one. This is too good. It feels like just yesterday that CSS got variables. Apparently they don't plan on stopping at variables though, because I just got word CSS has actual functions coming. Like, what? What? Oh boy. This is going to be fun. We have a lot to read into here. The future might be CSS on the server. We have a long ways to go. Can't wait to go over all of this with you guys. If you want to stay on top of your CSS game and make sure you don't fall behind in the world post Tailwind, make sure you watch. But first, a quick word from today's sponsor. Let's dive in. So I've already put CSS in our functions in JS with CSS in JS. We realized that was wrong. We went the other way with Tailwind. Where are we going to end up here now, though? Can I write React renderers? Could I write my own DOM in CSS? This is going to go a lot of places. It's probably just going to be a way to resolve variables, effectively a switch statement. I have no idea what it's going to be, though. We're going to learn together. So let's do it. Chrome is prototyping CSS functions. This is an upcoming CSS feature, so we can't use it yet. Apparently, it is in the Chrome Canary, though, so we might go play with that. Chrome is currently prototyping CSS functions from the CSS Mixins 1 specification. A custom function can be thought of as an advanced custom property, which instead of being substituted by a single fixed value, it computes its substitution value based on function parameters and the value of custom properties at the point that it's invoked. Interesting. So here we have a very simple example. Function -- negate takes in a value. Gotta love the -- declaration syntax for defining variables. I wonder if this will catch on in other languages. Please don't make JavaScript worse. It's already bad enough. But here we have this function negate. It takes in a value, not typed, because of course not. The result is that it calcs -1 times whatever the value is, with the var ripping the value out of what you passed. So if we negate 1px, it multiplies 1px by -1, which results in -1px. I see where we're going here. I still want TCSS. I want this to be typed. I understand why it's not, but it'd be really nice if it was. But this has a ton of potential. And seeing all the stuff Tailwind v4 did with variables, I have some ideas for where this is going. The implementation in the Chrome Canary is currently incomplete, and there's no shipping date set, but you can already try out the work-in-progress implementation by enabling the flag. Yeah, cool. Kind of crazy that for the first time ever, we're actually seeing a path for handling light mode, dark mode in CSS. I feel like this is the thing that like every new CSS feature has promised to solve without actually meaningfully solving. Yo, thank you so much for the raid. No, Always good to see you, man. For those who don't know, Nuno here is one of the legends over from the Laravel community. If you want more PHP in your life, definitely give him a follow. He'll be a much better source of that than I ever will be. Fuck. I'm bad at typing. And Firefox is bad at letting me select text. Easier way. Copy. Shout out. There we go. Thank you for the raid, man. Really appreciate it. Good to see you. Back at it, though. Yeah. For those who just showed up, we're in the middle of filming a video about CSS functions, which will be a really fun change how CSS works. Film YouTube videos live. I have all the ones I plan on filming here. Not going to do all 142 of them, but we'll get through what we can. CSS functions is really fun. Anyways, I feel like light mode, dark mode is the demo that is given for so many new CSS features. But this is one of the places where it really feels like it fits. It's interesting that you could have a light dark function and pass it the two different values, one for light mode, one for dark mode. So you define both at the same time. And now whichever the prefers is set on the browser, that's the one that will be used instead. That's actually really cool. The one thing that feels weird is this isn't, I think of result like return, and return should be an early escape. And this feels like an early return here. I would have preferred if it's like the first resolution is what's hit, but it's the order of events is what actually happens. So results var light, but if this is true, result gets overridden as var dark. I don't like that. I don't like the fact that HTML's order of events, CSS's order of events, and JS's order of events are all as different as they are. The fact that I have to resolve that conflict in my head, switching between 3 different files in the same code base, is annoying. I get that this is just how CSS works, but one of the 3 letters in CSS was a mistake. So I don't necessarily think the way CSS works is always the right way to go as we improve the language. Because cascading in and of itself is a fundamental failure of design. We should be willing to change things in CSS. Well, like we're adding functions to CSS. Why can't we change things beyond that is an argument that much more CSS-focused people will have. And I will not be part of those arguments because I'm not qualified for them. But I will give my opinion as a language nerd about how weird it is swapping between the shit all the time. This is where it gets really cool, though. See, here we have light dark. And on light, it will resolve to Alice blue, which is a variable we've defined somewhere. Actually, is that just a default CSS option? Is Alice blue one of the like hard-coded color values? It probably is. That makes me pain, or that hurts me. God damn it, it is. What the fuck is Alice blue? I hate the browser. Apparently Tailwind has a similar function too. This doesn't let you define custom functionality the same way, though. This lets you access values from Tailwind config. It doesn't provide the same like functionality where you're returning different values based on different conditions like this does, which is what makes it so cool. Where here, background color will be Alice blue in light mode and 333 in dark mode. The font weight will be 500 in light mode and 300 in dark mode. And the font color will be 333 in light, E4 in dark. That's really cool. I guess I'll spin up the Chrome Canary. Do I not have it installed? I might have uninstalled it in a purge of weird browser bullshit I was doing a while back. I love when the DuckDuckGo DNS doesn't resolve. It's my favorite thing. I am so close to building a clone of DuckDuckGo that is just better resolution for bangs, because I like bangs so much and I hate the rest of DuckDuckGo so much. install this quick. Da-da. Here we are. Sorry, Google. Chrome Canary is not going to be my default browser. Enable that guy. Relaunch. And now I should be able to play with this all. How do I change between prefers light and dark? I can do it from here, right? Emulate prefers light. That's pretty cool. I'm going to get rid of this warning. It's in the way. What the fuck? I know that was being so annoying. Anyways. There we go. Cool. So now if I change between prefers light and dark, it just works. And the code is hilariously simple now. We have our function light dark. You pass it a light value or a dark value, and then you can just apply it everywhere. That's so good. The fact that this didn't exist before is kind of hilarious. Previously, what you would have had to do is define variables with different conditions for both light and dark values for everything. So you would have had, like, for each of these that has two different values, you would have had to define both. If you look at any, like, ShadCN code base, you will see this in the global CSS. Here we have our layer base. This has for root all of these different variables that we use. But then for dark, it redefines all of them separately. That's obnoxious. And if I want to use a value that isn't in here, I'm screwed. And the fact that we picked some colors that aren't in here for the colors for random things in the T3 chat UI is what makes switching over and adding a light mode so much harder than it otherwise would have been. This solves so much of that. And I really hope this standard becomes a thing. There's a ton of potential here. Yeah, the editor's draft for this is literally yesterday. Don't know when the video is coming out, but this is still super, super early. Yeah. The big issue with custom properties is that they are fixed at the point they're defined. You can't change them without fully overriding them. Custom functions will allow the same power as custom properties, but parameterized. They have the same flexibility. This is cross that word nice. But parameterized. They have the same flexibility and conditionality as a custom property definition, but they take values from other custom properties or explicitly as arguments at the point of use. Oh, it has inherent too. That's really cool. So if shadow color is the variable we defined here, but there's already a custom property defined within that scope, it can inherit that. But if we pass it a new one, it'll use that instead. That's really cool, actually. Maybe cascading wasn't a mistake. Interesting. Why are people talking about horse browser so much today? Did they announce something with it? No, I still just don't care. Not using an Electron-based browser. A bunch of security reasons why. Yeah, this is winning me over fast. I see a lot of potential for this. Here's that negative example that was in the thing we just read. That's cool that we can define the variable of gap, pass it, or just call that there instead. That's so cool. Ooh, it has an optional return type too. I don't know why that link is so broken. Yeah, here you can specify that it returns a specific type. I was concerned about that bit. That's cool. Function a length, a color, a length plus. Yeah, but if it returns multiple things, then you need to do a type. That's really cool that there's an actual type function that will be included in this as well. Shame the csshoudini.org site is not loading. Function parameters contain the same custom property name more than once, then the function rule is invalid. I hope that compilers are smart enough to call this all out. God, this is going to make life for all those fancy, like, Rust-based compilers for CSS much harder. What's the one that Tailwind v4 just moved to? Fuck you, DuckDuckGo. Lightning. Yeah, Lightning CSS. This is a super performant minifier for bundling and dealing with all of your CSS. Tailwind v4 is effectively a rewrite of the Tailwind compiler to take as much advantage of Lightning as possible. The life of people like the Lightning devs, as well as the ES Build, CSS Nano, all these folks, they are going to have a lot of work to do in order to get things like this working properly. But if they pull it off, it's going to be nuts. The result descriptor back to the actual functionality here. The result descriptor defines the result of evaluating the custom function defined by its @function rule. Using var functions, it can reference function parameters, local variables, as well as other custom functions. The result descriptor does not have a type, but it is resolved. The result descriptor itself doesn't have a type, but its resolved value is type checked during the substitution of a dashed function. Interesting. So when we call the function somewhere, like up here, when we call padding dash dash negative, it checks the type of what this results in then, and if it's a wrong, browser error, presumably. Custom function can access local variables and function parameters from functions higher up in the call stack. Cool. So outer has result inner. Inner is a function that has access to this outer local because it's called in outer. So the way to think of this is we have outer. Outer defines this outer local value. It then calls inner. Now when inner is called, in that call stack, because we call this from div z-index outer 1, since we're calling it from here, 1 gets defined as outer arg. That calls inner. Inner has outer arg because we passed it here. Outer local comes from this here, goes there. And now we can add 1 plus 2 to 3. This is a little chaotic, and my gut feel when I first saw this was, fuck no, why would anyone ever want this for any reason? But if you think of this kind of like the function keyword versus const variable function definitions in JavaScript, these functions are just being defined and exist. So outer exists. It takes in this argument. It also defines this variable. And its return calls this other thing that may or may not exist. Inner. We don't know yet. Who cares? Another function is defined inner. This one explicitly returns a number. The result is the result of calculating this outer arg variable, which might not exist if we just look at this in isolation. Hell, outer local also might not exist. None of those are declared here. So we need to make sure whenever this is called that outer arg and outer local are both declared. Cool. It's annoying that this doesn't specify what inputs it has, but we know that in its call stack, this stuff has to exist before we can safely call this function. Down here, we call outer. We call it with 1. That gets assigned to this. We then, just thinking of this top to bottom, we're running the code. We define the outer arg as 1. Cool. We then run outer local. We define that as 2. Cool. We now have these two variables, outer arg and outer local. Then the result calls inner. Since we're in the same call stack, all of these values exist within the context of inner being called there. This is your brain on Cascade. This is like dependency injection without the injection. I think this is a pretty good job of maintaining the spirit of CSS, allowing you to define things and then children just have them. But it's weird as a JS dev. And you think of functions as much more a JavaScript thing than a CSS thing. This really feels like CSS functions in these ways. The idea of cascading variable definitions is fascinating. Yeah, and similarly here, if you have an element that has a variable or a custom property defined, that is accessible in this. So z is set to 3. We have this double z function that takes no arguments, returns a number, expecting this to exist. So if you call double z, it better be somewhere where z exists. But that lets you define things in like your CSS, hell, in your elements with like script or this lets you define things in the element itself or in a class that's being applied without having to manually pass all of that over. This makes it much easier to manage your styles in multiple different places. It's going to make debugging your styles hell, but debugging your styles is already hell. That's why we like Tailwind so much. This is going to make composability of your style significantly better. Imagine if in your CSS file, you can target an element like div, apply a property to it, and then all the other computed values inside of that element are now updated using that property. That's really, really cool. Somebody looked into the name of the different colors. Things like Rebecca make sense because Eric Mayer's daughter passed away, but Alice Blue is a random reference to Alice Roosevelt Longworth, the daughter of President Theodore Roosevelt, who was known for her fashionable sense of style. Why the fuck is Alice Blue a thing? I'm going to keep dying on the hill that that's a stupid one. Back to this, though, because I'm actually digging what's going on here. Add ABC, takes in B and C. C gets redefined here. So even if you pass something different here, this is a really good example of showing how the hierarchy here works. So we first define A, B, and Z as 1, 2, and 3. B and C are also arguments for this function. So we pass in 20 and 30. A is still 1 because we haven't redefined that anywhere. B is now 20. C is now 30. So we put those in here. B is 20, C is 30, A is still 1. But then C gets overridden to 300 here. effectively, again, we have to think in the call stack. We have to think in the cascade, the order of events, because that's how cascading style sheets work. The thing at the bottom of the cascade wins unless there's an the thing at the bottom of the cascade wins unless there's an important call above it. Literally like exclamation point important. So this is a really good example because it shows if it's not defined again, it can carry all the way from here with the div. That's what happens to A. B gets overridden here because we're passing a different value to the function. C gets overridden here because it's defined in the function right before giving the result. So there's no such thing as a constant. Everything's a variable, first and foremost, which is funny. But yeah, I am not looking forward to the debug story here. Ooh, lists. This is actually really cool. Max plus X. You pass it a set of values, and then you add this additional value. And you can call max and other math functions that already exist in the browser, like calc. Here it's going to take whatever the value that we prefer is, and then add 3 pixels to it. That's really cool, actually. This is going to solve so many of the weird, like setting a specific height to fit a page where the top nav still fits proper. So many of those bugs are going to be really easy to solve now. Oh, I like this a lot, actually. There's going to be a lot of cursed shit with this. And poor Firefox is going to be screwed for a while. But if we can ignore all those things, this is a really, really promising proposal. Interesting. They've even thought through cycles. Cycles are not allowed. There's no recursion. Your CSS is not allowed to be recursive. It's allowed to cascade, but you cannot make it recursive. Don't you dare even think about doing it. I'm paying attention. I'll notice if you do. Hopefully your browser will too. Because even if a path doesn't exist, like at media unknown feature, this will never be hit. Because no browser supports unknown feature. This will still error out because of the possibility of a branch that calls it recursively. That is a good call. Well, it's a bad call, literally. You can't call this. But it's a good call to prevent calling this. There are so many good puns with all this. I'm doing my best, guys. Interesting. Okay. So here's a fun example where Baz is referencing a value from another call to Baz. So X gets defined here as Baz 1px. So that will be 11 pixels now. So now X is set to 11. Y is dash dash Baz 2px, which this will override that X value. Get passed in. This is a terrible written example trying to show what this is supposed to do. But yeah, I would have named these differently to make it clear what this is doing. But yeah, the point here is you can call Baz to get a result and then call Baz again without issue and then reference it later on and it's fine. God, I hate this example so much. Half the examples in docs like this are to try and communicate how to use the feature. The other half are to give the people building these systems for Firefox, for Chrome, for Safari, for Ladybird, a spec sheet of edge cases they have to make sure they handle. So this example is the latter, for sure. But it does help us get an idea of how they expect us to use this. Interesting. The declaration appearing later wins over earlier ones. So you can call result multiple times. Like imagine in JavaScript, we had a function. Let me type script. Function example. And this return 5 and then return 6. When you call example, you get 5 because once a function returns, it's dead. We can make it a generator and then yield 5 and 6. but that's about as close as you can get. But since CSS is a special snowflake, it keeps running the whole thing, and whatever's at the end wins. No such thing as an early escape. I'm not saying one is right or wrong. I'm saying one's existed for 30 years and one of them is brand new. And this one, trying to be too CSS-y, has strengths and weaknesses, all to be considered. Oh, they even call it early return here. Due to the execution model, early return is not possible within a function. So if we put width as greater than 1,000 as our media query, our if statement condition here, results 20, else results 16, it will always resolve to 16 because the winner needs to be at the bottom. This also applies to leading. Oh, God. I don't think we need to read the rest here. Ever see a syntax and realize you're in too deep? This is where we tap. I feel like we've actually gotten quite a bit here. This is a super exciting proposal. I see a lot of benefits, but I also see a handful of foot guns we're going to need to be considerate of if we start adopting functions in our CSS. What do you think, though? Is the future building our applications via CSS on the server, or is this an overrated feature that's not even going to ship? I think reality is going to be somewhere in between, but I'm curious how you feel. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. That was a fun one. Thank you, Gabriel, for that link. I would have totally missed that otherwise. CSS already has mixins and they're a fucking mess. We're doing pretty good. We got 3 videos in under 3 hours. We're on pace for once. There's a super chat over on YouTube. When's T4 chat coming out? Got to get the T3 chat mobile app first. Give us some time. Thank you, Lord Commander Vex, for the sub. Which VS Code theme am I using? I thought I had that. Oh, I deleted the FAQ page. I forgot about that. It's just Poimanders. I think you can just do theme. Yeah. Why did I buy an iPad? I bought an iPad to play games on it mostly. Dev work? T3 chat on iPad's going to be a journey. Have you thought of... God, I hadn't thought of that. That's going to... I got an iPad for consuming media and playing games mostly. I don't use YouTube on my computer almost ever. I try to avoid using Twitter on my computer, but doing it more for posts about T3 chat, and it's fucking up my productivity. I personally do not enjoy iPad for real work, and I've personally also found a lot of benefit not doing fun things on my computer, keeping my computer reserved for work. It's helped me a ton with my productivity because my phone and my iPad are what I use for fun. Computer's just for work. Oh shit, congrats, Vib. Happy that the wait until stuff has been helpful. I've been trying to... I made multiple videos about wait until and nobody fucking cares. But if I sneak it into other stuff, suddenly everybody notices. They're like, oh yeah, that's actually really helpful. It's a great function. Makes life a lot easier. If I don't do Qwen like now, YouTube chat's going to get real mad. I don't even know what message you're upset about, man. Don't worry. If it seems like your message just got auto deleted by either one of my moderators or by the auto mod that is built into YouTube probably. Oh, if you sent a link, it got deleted. That's the problem. You can't send links on YouTube. There's something I can do about it, sadly. This is an older report though, right? Like this came out last year. I think I already talked about this. Really cool if the pocket button worked properly. Yeah, we'll do Qwen. Yeah, we'll do a progressive web app eventually. I have to finish like 2 other tech overhauls first before that's viable. Kill the unnecessary browser. The less I have to think about Blazor, the better. That's my thought. Next.js is the right solution for building your web application unless you have specific things it doesn't do for you. I think Next is a really good default starting point. Oh shit, Naman, that would have been great. I'm sad that you weren't here for that too. I rushed right in. I did mention you, funny enough, in my AI mobile app dev thing as an example of like acknowledging the AI future and how we have all these examples with stuff like Tailwind. Because I love the Tailwind compiler work you're doing for StyleX stuff. I think it's super cool. This is a good way to describe my plans for mobile. They're definitely aspirations. Let's do the Qwen vid. This is not trivial with our current tech stack. I'll fix that soon. Anyways. I want to get the open LM leaderboard hugging. If I go once, will it fix the DNS problem? Yeah, okay, I already markered, right? Yeah. Cool, let's get started then. 2025 has been a wild year for new models. China just kind of appeared and dominated the open source model space. It's obvious that DeepSeek is a phenomenal chain. Reroll on this. 2025 has been a kind of crazy year for AI models. It started off hot with DeepSeek with 2025 has been a kind of wild year for open source models in particular. 2024 ended with DeepSeek v3. I was really excited. Nobody else seemed to care. But then at the beginning of 2025, they dropped R1, one of the first ever fully open source reasoning models. And the result was chaos. Everything has changed so much since that dropped. But there was another open source model from China that dropped around the same time, and it was largely missed. That model is Qwen, and it's silently killing it in a lot of places, and I'm surprised it's not being talked about more. Even this tweet that I saw only got like 90 likes. There's a lot of good that is worth talking about with Qwen. It's a lot more similar to, it's more similar to something like Llama than it is to something like R1, but that doesn't stop R1 from affecting how good Qwen can be. There's a ton of huge wins we can have, and I want to dig into all the goodness, the less good, and all. There's a lot of wins we can take from Qwen, and I want to go deep on as many as we can so we can all benefit from these new models as they continue to show up. And obviously, we'll be playing with it in T3 chat as well. Before we can get there, though, quick word from today's sponsor. Cool. Alibaba Qwen is on fire. Just look at the top results from the Hugging Face OpenLLM leaderboard. all top 10 models are Qwen derivatives. That is an important detail that we need to make sure we understand. The idea of these derivative models. This is something I actually got a little bit of crap for with T3 chat, even though I was pretty clear when I released the R1 model on Grok what it was, but we probably should take the time to diagram these out and better understand what the hell we're talking about when we say, how'd they word that for that? Derivative models. Yeah. So. Qwen and its derivatives. Quick TLDR on what an LLM is. It is a bunch of weights. A weight is a direction. It points you towards something depending on certain characteristics. So when you have a bunch of words, the weights point you towards what the most likely next word is. God damn it. Chat's roasting me for the wrong it's. Y'all can't help yourself, can ya? Yeah. A model is a collection of these weights that allow you to hand it words, and it predicts based on that tree of things what the most likely next one is by looking at the weights. If you have a sentence that's like, hello, comma, space, there are different things that could come next. It could be hello, Tom. It could be hello, Theo. It could be hello, person who should have subbed already. Looking at you. Why would you hit the button? Less than half of y'all have. It's not that hard. You get the idea. The one that will have the heaviest weight, though, is hello, world. Because the number of examples most models have been trained on is really, really high. Hello, world probably exists more in that data than hello, Mark, or hello, Bob, or hello, Jane. And the weight is determined based on the words that you have, what word is most likely to be next. Open weight means that those weights, those prioritizations, which like the data for this is insane, like sometimes terabytes of data, those weights are the model that determines what word is most likely to be next based on the words it already has. It's much more complex than that, but this mental model should help you understand, for the most part, how these LLMs work. So let's have a theoretical. Let's say we train a model, we'll call it Glenn. And on Glenn, we give it a bunch of hello worlds. So Glenn's model has 4 hello worlds and has 1 hello Jane. The weighting of Glenn is going to very strictly point you towards world. The weight for hello world will be like 4 times higher than hello Jane. So now Glenn has these weights. Glenn's an open source model, so let's take them. We have Glenn, we know what its weights are, but we want it to always say Jane. We could system prompt it and say, make sure hello is always followed by Jane, but the weights will still take priority a lot of the time. But if we feed it a bunch of data that is different, we can use this to distill the model. Distilling, to put it simply, is adjusting the weights more heavily after the core training is done. So if before we do this, the weight of world is 4 and the weight of Jane is 1, we could effectively, through the distillation process, even tell it, hey, everything we do here, quadruple the priority. So after this distillation, world will still be 4, but Jane might now be 1, 2, we'll double it. Now it's, 2, 4, has 1 already, now it's 5. All of a sudden, Glenn distilled will now say hello Jane instead of hello world. This is a really, really rough top level idea of what it means to make a distilled model. So why do we care about all of this? Models like R1, models like Qwen, models like ChatGPT aren't really... you're asking fine-tune versus distill. I want to make sure I get this right. You know what? We'll ask someone smarter. 3 mini, hi. Describe the difference between distilling and fine tuning an LLM. Yeah. Okay. That's fair. I'll work with that. Cool. So this process usually is referred to as fine tuning. We're taking a model, it has weights, and we're trying to tune those weights in a different direction. You usually do this because you want the model to do certain specific things. But if you do this to an extreme, and let's say that these Hello Jane inputs, these are coming from something else. Let's say we have a way bigger model. We'll call this one, I don't know, MeepSeek T1. MeepSeek T1 is a really powerful model that can generate great responses. But it's also a model that takes a lot of compute to run. Gwen's a model that takes a lot less compute to run. We can take prompts that we would normally give to Gwen, like let's say we give hello to MeepSeek. And this will correctly output hello Jane. Now we can use that to effectively fine-tune the utter fucking shit out of Gwen to do what's called distilling. And if you do this aggressively enough, you can take a lot of the behaviors and characteristics of this bigger, fancier model and effectively brute force the model here to do the right thing. This is the two ways to make a derivative of a model. You can take a bunch of your own inputs and hand those to Gwen or whatever model to change its weighting. Or you can programmatically generate an utter shitload of them with a more expensive model to distill the knowledge of this model into a smaller, more performant package. So what does this look like? Well, if we go to T3 chat here, we have a couple models we can pick from. We have a lot of models you can pick from. If I pick DeepSeek R1 on OpenRouter, which is a platform for hosting the model a lot of different places, since DeepSeek R1's surprisingly hard to host, this will automatically rotate between different providers to find the one that's the most likely to solve our problem. So I'll ask it the same question I just totally came up with an answer for myself. Describe the difference between distilling and fine-tuning an LLM. We're going to ask this to R1 on OpenRouter, the full, proper R1. And now I can open reasoning. It's coming through. It's not terribly slow for once. Normally, my R1 deployments on OpenRouter aren't this fast. It's nice to see it speeding up finally. But if I take the same question and I go ask it to the Llama distilled version, this one's hosted on Grok. It's a little bit faster. This one's still going, by the way. And we can look at the difference in how these responded. Like, they're not exactly the same, but there's a lot of overlap. Purpose: adapting a pre-trained LLM to a specific task or domain. Adapting a pre-trained model to perform well on a specific task or data set. There's a lot of overlap between these responses because this one, the one that just finished, the Llama distilled one, this one is Llama, which is an existing, relatively efficient open source model that has been spammed with knowledge from R1 to the point where it can generate responses that look a lot like the ones that R1 generates. But since Llama's an easier to run model, and more importantly, with a provider like the one we use, Grok, that made custom chips to make it as fast as possible, that combination of a easier to run model and chips built to run that model really well results in insane performance. Llama's pretty good at being distilled this way. It seems like Qwen is possibly even better. So we have the Llama distilled model. It's distilled on the 70 bil parameter version of Llama. We also have Qwen distilled, which we just shipped. It's distilled on the Qwen 32 billion instead. We can give it the same question, and it's even faster. And it looks like The answer is pretty much identical to the other one still. Pretty cool that we have that. And Qwen seems to handle distillation even on smaller parameter counts like here, like 32 bil. Handles it totally fine. And if I switch this over to just standard Qwen and we regenerate it with that, we don't get the reasoning anymore. But now we're getting something that looks very, very different. Like the formatting of this post is different. The order of things is different. The content that we got here is fundamentally different because Qwen behaves very differently because its weights are super different from a version of Qwen, the same exact model, but this one is distilled on R1. So its weights are different, and as a result, it behaves different. And most importantly, since R1 has this concept of reasoning, where it plans before showing you the answer, having all those outputs and giving them to Qwen to distill it makes Qwen effectively hallucinate that it can think, which is so cool that you can take a normal LLM and make it a reasoning model by spamming it with examples of reasoning for long enough. So why do we care? What's going on with Qwen here? Why is it getting all these scores? Well, the reason it's getting these crazy scores is Qwen is very easy to train on from other things. And since it's an open model, you can make your own distilled or fine-tuned version of Qwen and also release that open source for people to use however they want because it's a derivative of an already open source thing. And that's why we're seeing such crazy numbers for the success of these open models. And some of them are really efficient too. If we look here, this D. Furman one is really, really crazy in terms of its CO2, which is like its carbon and overall like energy cost. Oh, it's sorting by that now. Oops. But if we sort by the score, you'll see 13 kg is one of the lowest numbers in here, despite being one of the best scores. These distilled models are stupid efficient. I thought this one was supposed to be Qwen distilled. Oh yeah, it is. It's Qwen 2 distilled. Yes. Let me sign into Hugging Face quick so I can actually do a generation with this. Come on. There we go. Cool. Here we are. Can I get back to the model just on? Cool. Use this model. I thought I had an app for this already. I guess I can just Olama it. Oh, that's just connecting there. I thought there was an easy way to like pull these up to a chat view. I could just Hugging Face it over and locally attach it to T3 chat. There really no like easy just play with this in a chat option? I was so sure there was something like that in here. God damn it. Interesting. Models. It doesn't have space, so I can't test it in Hugging Face. God damn it. That's annoying. Do any of them have one? Aha. That should do it. Here we are. Solve advent of code 2021 day 7 in TypeScript. Oh. I probably have to run this on stronger GPU, don't I? Is there an option for me to like clone this somewhere? God, I need to use Hugging Face more before I try to use it for a demo like this. Annoying. Whatever. It is sadly somewhat annoying to like play with all of these models because there isn't a box running for them or a space defined for them. In the future, I'll go out of my way to make sure I have a way to actually show and play with them. But we can play with the ones that I just added, which are Qwen distilled and 2.5 32 bill. Both of these models are really, really good for my experience. They are weird though. I caught Qwen getting into some silly loops when I last tried. Solve advent of code 2021 day 6 in Python. And here we see it's flying. And you'll see a lot of these wait nose, wait initial, but eventually it'll break out. Say this seems correct or something like that, and then break out of thinking and actually give an answer that is code that theoretically works. And yes, I know it's an R1 thing to loop, but I've, from my playing around with the Qwen distilled version, seen it looping and getting into those death spirals quite a bit more than I've seen it on other like R1 distilled models or R1 itself. But it also burns through those loops really, really quickly. It is super interesting to see. And I never would have guessed that Alibaba, of all people, would have I never would have guessed that Alibaba, of all companies, would have released an open model that is this flexible to be trained this way to be used in all sorts of different chaotic use cases. It is genuinely fascinating. I'll learn more about how this one's trained. The Qwen 2.5, this is the winning model from that leaderboard, by the way. The Qwen 2.5 72 billion base model was merged with itself to create a larger model. After that, the model was fine-tuned on a custom data set. Yeah. Fascinating. But it works. Appears to run really, really well, even if its utilization of energy is absurd. Versus the second place winner. It's a fine tune of another similar model on the dataset Orpo DPO mix. It was trained as a generalist language model for a variety of text generation use cases, including support of agentic capabilities, role-playing, reasoning, multi-turn conversations, long context coherence, and more. And this is on Qwen 2.0, I believe, not even 2.5. Good old 404. We should probably actually take a look at Qwen itself. They built their own chat. If you want to try the official Alibaba hosted, very weirdly close to T3 chat, or no, bad wording. There is an official Qwen chat app if you want to test their weirdly similar looking to ChatGPT site. Yeah. Solve advent of code. let's give it a fun one. 2021 day 18 in Rust. Sorry, China, you're not getting my data. You're getting a lot of my support. You're not getting my data. In the past 3 months since Qwen 2's release, numerous developers have built new models on the Qwen 2 language model, providing us with valuable feedback. During this period, we've focused on creating smarter and more knowledgeable language models. Today, we're excited to introduce the latest addition to the Qwen family, Qwen 2.5. It's dense, easy to use decoder-only language model. It's available in all these different sizes in base and structured variants. It's pre-trained already on their large data set, which is 18 trillion tokens. Significantly better at following instructions, generating long text, and understanding structured data. More resilient to the diversity of system prompts, which enhance role-play implementation and condition setting for chatbots. So if you're using this for something with a complex system prompt, it's way better now. And it seems like these base models are really catching on right now. Like, even when DeepSeek released, they called this out. Come on. I'm so mad at DuckDuckGo right now. When the official DeepSeek R1 release happened, they had a couple models. R10 and R1, which were the main core reasoning models, the ones everyone was freaking out about. But the pieces down here got looked at a little less than they should have been. To support the research community, we've open sourced DeepSeek R10 and R1, as well as 6 dense models distilled from R1 based on Llama and Qwen. DeepSeek R1 distilled Qwen 32 billion outperforms O1 Mini across various benchmarks, achieving a new state-of-the-art result for dense models. This is so cool that the R1 32 bill, the light blue in the middle of these, is getting performance so close to O1 and often beating O1 Mini, despite not being a super heavy reasoning model. As a dense model, as they're calling it, it can run hilariously quickly, like I just showed in that demo. We're talking like 1,000 plus tokens per second versus OpenAI's best hitting like 180. Usually it's closer to like 70. We're talking a 10x plus performance win, way less energy being used, and responses that are very close. And as they called out in the page here, smaller models can be powerful too. We demonstrate that the reasoning patterns of larger models can be distilled into smaller models, resulting in better performance compared to the reasoning patterns discovered through RL on small models. RL's reinforcement learning. The open source DeepSeek R1, as well as API, will benefit the research community to distill better, smaller models in the future. Weird to come out with a new groundbreaking model like R1 and say, the real value here isn't how powerful and awesome our model is that you can use it to generate answers to make other cheaper models better. That's so cool. They, as I had mentioned before, fine-tuned a bunch themselves before releasing it. They could have waited for the community to do this part, because the community, as we've seen, absolutely would have done this part. But they didn't have to, because they went and beat us to it. And now they have all these distilled model options that you can pick from that run phenomenally and lets you get most of the benefit of something like R1, a reasoning model, and something way smaller and way easier to run. And the results speak for themselves. When you have something like Qwen that is built for that level of fine-tuning, and you have good data sources, the result is really good scores. And that's why we see all these random models that aren't being built by big companies. They're being built by people who think this is a good logo. And they're getting crazy leaderboard scores with open models trained on other open models with data they stole from open models. And it's so cool. This cyclic AIs improving AIs with AI isn't quite what I expected. I know the meme for a while has been AI is real when it can improve itself. It can now. It's not improving itself in the sense like R1 can't train a smarter model, But R1 can train another smaller model to be almost as smart as R1. So as long as we keep investing in these ground-breaking, really expensive to train things like O3 or Claude 4 or whatever they're doing next, GPT-5. What was Sam Altman's tweet today? The OpenAI roadmap. I almost made a whole dedicated video for this. If you think that I just make a video whenever I have anything to talk about, here's me avoiding one I could have easily done and gotten a lot of views on. Know that I'm just covering what I think is worth talking about. Anyways, here is his roadmap for 4.5 and 5. The reason I'm bringing this up is one very interesting line. We'll next ship 4.5, the model we called Orion, as our last non-chain of thought model. They have concluded internally at OpenAI that the reasoning step where the model talks to itself before coming to a conclusion actually makes the results better enough that it's worth all their models doing that, even if they're not models built from scratch to do reasoning like O1 does. But if you can take the data that those models train, but if you take the data that those models generate and use that to bring up other models that are cheaper to a similar quality level, then it makes a lot of sense that suddenly all of OpenAI's models are going to be reasoning and all going to be having chain of thought. Not because they were built with a chain of thought pattern intended, but these are they're not going to be like that because they're just building them to have chain of thought. They're doing that because they have really smart models with chain of thought, and they're going to distill the knowledge into smaller models. And it's weird to see effectively OpenAI playing catch up there. They don't talk about these processes. Like, we don't know if GPT-5 will be distilled by O3 or not. They don't even know if they'll say those types of things. Hard to know for sure. But it does kickstart some very exciting developments in the space. And it seems like Llama, and in particular Qwen, as well as even DeepSeek, all caught on to this a hell of a lot earlier. And now we're getting to the point where we have models that are as cheap as 4.0 mini that are performing as well as O3. And that's crazy. Whenever a new barrier is broken for quality in the AI space, it now only takes a few months for the cheap options and the fast options to catch up. And it's these techniques and it's these models. It's things like Qwen that make all of that possible. And while I don't expect Qwen to be the option people click, I don't suspect there's going to be a lot of people clicking Qwen 2.5 on the bottom here. I absolutely see a future where they click R1 distilled and don't even know what Qwen is. Hell, I even see a future where they don't click anything at all. They're just running a distilled model that was predetermined by some other AI to be the right model for the prompt that they sent in. So I think Qwen is underrated, but I also think it's going to stay that way because it feels more and more like Qwen is going to be an implementation detail, not an actual model people reach for. And I think that's an exciting future, one where all of these cool tools and technologies get to keep improving in the open. And we have these core pieces like Qwen that we can build on top of to take these big wins and spread them across the world. So let me know what you guys think. Am I over-exaggerating? Is Qwen not worth looking at? Or is this actually kind of cool and helping you make a better model for where AI is going in the future? And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. One more down. That's another important detail. Need to play with LM Studio more still. These models aren't going to run great locally, though, to be clear. Okay, one more piece I wanted to call out. It's important to pay attention to licensing when you're using these open models. Just because they're open weight does not mean they're traditionally open source. DeepSeek's been really aggressive with the MIT license, which is a super open, permissive license. Lets you do basically whatever you want to the thing. You just cannot sue them for things you do with it. Qwen is licensed under Apache, which is interesting because Apache is an even more like do what you want license. Yep. You can redistribute anything like Apache licensed however you want, as long as you also provide them the license. Any changes you make are prominently called out. You do not infringe on their copyright. And I don't know how I want to summarize the fourth point here. Yeah. You know what? I want a good, quick summary. Give a short summary of the differences between the MIT license and Apache 2.0. Cool. Yeah. Big difference between these two. Apache does protect patent stuff. MIT doesn't give a shit. Apache requires you to properly attribute them. MIT doesn't give a shit. And Apache's more complex due to the patent stuff. Yeah, that all makes sense. MIT is a very short single page. Apache is a bit more complex, but protects them a little bit more. Still very, very open license. But then we have the Llama 3.1 and 3.3 licenses. These are a little different. Big difference here is you have to prominently display built with Llama on anything that you use Llama for. What's the commercial terms? Oh yeah, here's the fun one. If you're using it for something greater than 700 million monthly active users, you have to request a license from Facebook. So if your app gets popular enough, you have to pay Facebook for Llama. If you're a small indie hacker working on the side, you can use Llama for whatever you want. But the moment you hit 700 million users, you are required to hit them up and pay some crazy, egregious licensing fee. That's a huge, important distinction to know. So as great as it is that we have open models in the US and in China, if you're building a business right now, I think Qwen is a safer bet. Obviously, 700 million monthly users is a lot of people, but you should be considerate of these things as you make these decisions. Licenses that cap at a certain level of popularity are not truly open licenses. These are not what I would consider open source licenses because there are limitations to how open they are depending on characteristics of you as the person using them. Mistral also has similarly weird things in their license that are worth considering. It's weird, but the most open sourcey open models right now are the ones out of China because they are licensed in much more permissive ways. Just a thing I thought was worth calling out, and it's another one of those reasons I think Qwen is underrated. Apache is a much better license than whatever the fuck Meta is doing over here. Cool. Done. Nice. Interesting. I did hear about that. QWQ. I am so mad at DuckDuckGo. This is an older one, right? Yeah, I looked into this one. I don't know if it will demo great for these purposes, but it is cool that they built that. I'm at DuckDuckGo because its DNS doesn't fucking resolve. A couple months ago is old nowadays in this world. I think it's time to complain about databases a bunch. I'm going to make sure I have everything I need open for this one first. It's going to be a little bit annoying in terms of the dashboards I need to be in. Happy I did this now because that was not a dashboard I would have wanted to have public. Here we are. Cool. Nice. Last week. That's going to be interesting. Okay, I can work with this. Cool. Da-da-da. Okay, I think I have everything I need. I should probably open up the code base. Components. Local. Cool. I think we're ready to go with this one. I do play guitar. I haven't in a while. It's funny you think that, though. More a piano guy. Anyways. Let's do it. So it turns out databases are hard. I don't mean like spinning up a SQL DB and querying it. That part's pretty easy. What I mean is building a really strong, cohesive data model for an application that's changing quickly and is growing even quicker. I have had a crazy experience building T3 Chat, and I want to share some of the things I've learned and, more importantly, the mistakes I've made throughout, because it's been a wild ride, and I want to take the opportunity to share some of what I've learned with y'all. So without further ado, let's dive right into the utter chaos I've put myself through with databases. And yes, I have actually switched databases effectively 3 times in the last 24 hours. I'm really happy with where we landed, but the process to get there was worth a video. So let's I want to dive in quickly. I want to dive right in because there's so much fun around our data model, from the local side to the server side to the crazy sync layer that we've built between the two. Before we can go too deep there, got to make sure my team gets paid. So a quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll get straight to it. Cool. This is the file that powers the vast majority of your experience with T3 Chat. This is my local DB Dexy file. Wait, that's in front end. Why is that the database? Isn't a database supposed to be on the back end? Kind of. You need to hear me out, okay? It's important. Generally speaking, when building an app, I don't recommend putting everything on the client. I actually think we've gone too far on the client, especially with tools like React, where we're putting everything in the browser and not letting the server do almost any of the work. That was an overcorrection. There are a lot of things that benefit from being on client. And there's a lot of things that benefit from being on server. That said, when I used other AI chat apps, I felt like they did way too much on the server and also, funny enough, way too much on the client. And the result was a terrible experience. Like if I just go to chatgpt.com and we ignore the insane amount of pop-in that just happened, I can click any one of these. It takes a good time to load. Click around. We're waiting for a while when we switch things. Sometimes the scroll will just break and go up, down randomly. It's an experience, to say the least. It's an interesting one. But it mostly kind of works-ish. When you make a new chat, things all flood around. But the most important detail exists, as always, in the network tab. If we open up the network tab and I scroll the sidebar, we get a loading spinner. That loading spinner can take up to 7 seconds before it resolves, because it is fetching more convos as we get to the bottom of the list. Because these conversations live on a server somewhere, and we can look through here to see all of the data for these different items. 3-bit computer solution, created at, updated at, all these other values that aren't being used for anything. And you get a new set of these whenever you scroll. And now if I refresh, you'll have to wait for it to all appear again. Scroll, wait again, scroll, wait again. My favorite thing, though, watch this sidebar closely when I refresh. Do you see how many times things came in and how many random pop-ins occurred over there? We get the first pieces, then Sora and Explorer appear, then Dolly reappears in the middle. Then we get the conversation starting to flow in after. It's just like so many different states. There's like 5 or 6 different states that happen in that sidebar. I'm not going to pretend we're perfect here, but that's a hell of a lot better. And the reason is there is no network request to be looking at. I'm going to switch over to Vivaldi so I have dev tools that are actually competent. Sorry, Firefox and Zen. It's nothing against Zen. It's everything against Firefox. Now when I scroll here, nothing. I just nuked my chats recently, so I don't have as much. But even if I had a ton, it does virtualize the list on client. These events are just generic post-hog events that are being more aggressive than they should. I'll probably go nerf those later because they're annoying. But that's it. There aren't events firing. There's no data being fetched. When I open up a chat, it fires an event, and it checked my rate limit, so I know if I could send or not. But the data's already there. These navigations are sending events because my URL changed, but there is no data being fetched. Everything is immediate because everything exists here on the client that I am using. And you can see that because I actually let you access it in the console. I made our database, DXDB, accessible. So we can do threads.toArray. We have to assign this to something. Const threads equals await. And right there, is it not? Come on, window.dxdb.threads. Oh, I spelled threads wrong. Code is hard, okay, guys? Const threads equals await. Now, threads is my array of all my threads. You might notice there's a lot more threads here than I have, though. I only have however many is there. And here is quite a bit more. Here is where the complications start. Because sadly, a thread can't just be the thing with the title. Because what happens when you delete? The sad reality is, in order to make a sync layer that works with this local stuff, you have to not do real deletions. We'll get a bit more into what I mean in a bit, but for now, you see here, status deleted. When you delete something, I have to wipe its contents and mark it as deleted rather than actually deleting it. Keep that in mind. Regardless, you can see all of the data here. You can even go into application IndexedDB, which is a fun web standard for having data in the browser, and see all of the key values for all of the things that exist here. You have messages, projects, search tokens, and threads. These are all the key primitives to powering T3 chat. But what happens when I sign out? Hiding my email. Now I'm signed out. If we go back here and we look, we're like, oh, now it actually only has a couple things. We have the thread for onboarding. We have the messages that are in the onboarding. These are messages. This is the thread ID bindings. These are all just like indexes effectively. And here we have welcome, what is T3 chat, when it was created, the response. T3 chat is the best AI chat ever. You get the idea. It's all the content that is on this page. So what happens when I sign in? How do I get my chat back? Well, I'm going to hide my sign in so you guys don't get my email, but I am going to show the network tab when it's done. Cool. Now we're signing in. And we came in pretty quick because right over here, we'll see this sync event. Sync is a request that you make authenticated over to the server that will get all the data we need to sync. And when you get it, it responds with all of that data. It is not a little. Here it's 90 kilobytes. For some users, it's going to be a hell of a lot more. But that is the data that we have stored as our effective backup that we use to keep track of your state. But that's the only point where we pull it down. We will again on refresh, but now you have the whole world, so to speak, your entire history built into your local environment. And now when I click things, I don't have to wait for the server. I could even turn off the web side of my browser. I could turn off networking entirely, and I can still navigate fully. And I think that is awesome. I think it's really, really cool that you can make a tool that uses all local data and doesn't require a network round trip ever to navigate and find things. Hell, even search works fully offline because of this model. So where are all these database changes I'm talking about? Well, it's time to get into Excalidraw because there are two sides where the database has changed. Because remember, we effectively have two databases. We have to have the local solution, which is the in-browser thing that keeps track of all your data. And we have to have the server solution, where we actually sync and back up that data so we can restore it when you sign in and out, so you can have multiple devices, all the things people expect from their experience. And believe me, I wish I could pretend the server side doesn't exist right now more than ever. As the server-leaning React dev, I've been to hell and back with this app. So let's talk about this local side first, because I wanted to be sure when I built this that we nailed that part, because it's the key to our app. Most apps don't need to have all the data locally, but ones that you use a lot, that you keep open in the background, that you search through, that you check, things that you spend a lot of time in, benefit greatly from it. And I was spending enough time in these AI chat apps that I wanted to make something local, because I was tired of the weird chaos of the ChatGPT and Claude experiences. They're rough. So what do we do here? Well, our first exploration actually kind of tried to solve both. 0. I'm putting it under both because these were tied together. 0 is a new attempt by the replicate guys. We should start with replicate. And no, it's not replicate, it's replicache. Yeah. That's the docs. I want to go to the actual site. 0 is built by the same people as replicache. Replicache is the somewhat, I guess industry standard's a fair thing to call it. They're the like go-to, been around for a while, real-time sync engine for having your backend and your front end have the exact same data. So you don't need to wait on the network to get the data. Once you have it, you can do things and it will sync up the changes and it'll sync down things that happen in other places. You'll also notice when we look at these local first tools, real-time and collaborative tend to be other things they mention. Local first rarely actually means just local first. Often when they call things local first, they're implying real-time and collaboration, which are not local first. These are two different, distinct things. And I wish they wouldn't always group them in because that's been a consistent problem. I'll even make a note that there are like 3 specs that a lot of these go for. 1 is local first, 2 is real-time sync, and 3 is collaboration. Cool. So our first exploration was 0. Going to move off of DuckDuckGo first thing after stream. I am so fucking pissed. Is it 0 dev? No, what's the URL for 0? It sucks to find it. Zero.RockyCorp. Here we are. 0 is a new product from Replicate with the goal of simplifying local sync with a Postgres server. They're building a general purpose sync engine for the web. You put 0 in front of your DB or web service, and we distribute the backend all the way to the main thread of the UI. You get a client-side API that looks like an embedded DB, but it can arbitrarily do hybrid queries that span the entire database, including the server. So you'd write on the React client side 0.query.playlist in their use query wrapper, .related tracks, related albums, related artists, order by play count, where ID is ID. And this will use the data that's already been synced locally to do this query. Now you don't have to wait all the time to get things like tracks. It seems so promising. I do still think 0 has an incredibly good chance of being one of the solutions people reach to. But it has its problems. The big one that I ran into in my mental model for it as I tried is that you are effectively required to split brain your data really hard because you have to have the data modeled. And honestly, I might just grab their quick start example. Let's do that. So this is their example. And in here, we have our source for our main app. In here, we use query, z.query.user, z.query.medium. All this code looks really good, nice and simple, and makes a lot of sense. Even the updaters are pretty cool. z.mutate.message.insert, random message, users, mediums. Now I put something else here, like an array with the wrong type. It's even smart enough to give me a type error saying, hey, that's wrong. You need to put the right type of things here. It has to have ID, name, and partner. If you give this 57, now that's wrong because it has to be a Boolean. Cool. That all makes a lot of sense, and it's cool to see full stack type safety from our query layer, our mutation layer, all that. But then you see how we got that. So we have our schema here that we've defined. Actually looks relatively similar to something like Drizzle. The problem is this is not the only place where we have to define this. Hop over to Docker, and we have to also define the same shape in our database with SQL. This isn't generated, this is handwritten. This one's a seed that has all of these default values for playing with it. Cool. We have to make sure the relationship here matches. And in the schema, we have to write out a permissions model to determine what permissions things do and don't have. It is not simple. It's not the worst, but you do have to define all of this yourself. All of your relations between things, Good luck doing migrations where you have to make a migration in SQL and make sure it perfectly matches the code here. Good luck making sure users are on the right version to make sure this all comes together. Hell, when you do bump your version for 0, they have a section in here about upgrades somewhere. Okay, I don't remember where it was in here, but there is a deployment. Okay, this is new. When we were trying to deploy it, they called out that there was no way to do downtime-free updates. If you were to update your 0 deployment, some user could potentially hit an error because the service wasn't up. And that sucked. There was no way to upgrade or change things without forced downtime, so to speak. Yeah, not fun. I'm happy that it's getting better. But my biggest concern isn't even any of this. It isn't even the fact that it's so alpha, it's still relatively immature. My biggest concern is that it's not open source for shit. We can go to the GitHub, and the GitHub is just the Hello 0 template. None of the 0 stuff is actually open source. They have examples of their clone of Linear and their clone of Excalibur built using Replicate and built using 0. But even this repo is closed source. It's just a README file. I wanted to be sure that if I had problems with the tech I was using, that I could fix them. Because I have been to hell and back with tech that I couldn't fix, and it made me really frustrated. And I am deep enough in the things I use now to be able to fix the problems I run into most of the time. Famous last words. But these were the things that led me away from Rocky Corp. Just because 0 felt really new, it felt really early, and it felt like if I ran into a problem, I'd be stuck waiting for them to fix it, and I didn't like any of those dynamics. So I wanted something that went as far the opposite direction as possible. So my problems with 0 were that it's closed source, too early, and requires us to think a lot about the SQL data model really early on. I wanted something where none of this was true. I wanted something open source, something far from early, and something that would let us mangle the data model for a bit until we got it just right. I hunted for a while and made an interesting discovery. Dexy. Minimalist wrapper for IndexedDB. Holy hell, has this library made my life easier. Dexy is a really minimal, relatively old library for doing IndexedDB stuff. IndexedDB is not something you want to work with directly. I could do 2 videos describing how rough the IndexedDB APIs are. I will politely ask you to trust me on this because it is bad. Dexy has been around since like 2012 or 2013 because of how bad IndexedDB was. There are pages in these docs that talk about certain regressions and features that exist because of Internet Explorer 8 support. This is an old library, and it's still being maintained pretty well. And it even has fun bindings for modern things like Vue and Svelte. And obviously the thing we care about here, React. I did see a link I want to save. Looks like I was actually wrong about 0. It's just part of their mono repo. I don't know how much of it is in here. I know that a lot of their core like sync layer isn't open source. I know that for a fact. But this is more open than I thought it was. Good to know. Misconception. I'll take some blame for not knowing that 0 had open source parts. I'll put more blame on them for not making that information a little more accessible. That's Apache license. Cool. Did not know that. Lesson learned. I will investigate more to see how much of what I care about is and isn't actually in here. Zero client, zero cache, ZQL. Oh, it uses replicache under the hood. In the replicache client library, oh, it is actually open source. I didn't know that this part was open. I've actually been told by people using it that this part wasn't open. So I'm not the only one who's misled on this. Thank you, chat, for finding this link. Also going to grab that link because I'm curious, but not where I'm meant to be. Anyways, back to Dexy. Dexy is relatively simple. It's weird to wrap your head around because of how flexible the model is, but once you're used to it, it makes sense. The important thing to know is that IndexedDB isn't a relational data model. It isn't like SQL at all. It is just a KV store. All IndexedDB is a KV that can have a lot more values and a vague concept of tables. Dexy makes it a lot more flexible by letting you define what shape data should be in, define different indexes so you can look things up by different values. It solves a lot of the problems that are inherent to IndexedDB, the world's most unnecessarily complex KV. So here's a simple Dexy example. We make a new DB. We define version 1. And this is also how you bump versions. We'll probably get back to that in a bit. And it stores friends, which has ID, name, and age. It is of note that these aren't the keys. It's worth noting that this isn't the shape that the data has to be in. You can pass things that aren't in here as part of the value in that KV pair. This is just what it indexes on. So when you put things here, it can look up with those faster. But you can put anything in the store once a table is defined. So here we have friend with TypeScript, has an ID, a name, and age. DB has our friends, which is an entity table with friend. We indicate the primary key of ID. Then we have our store. Friends has ID, name, and age. And now we have access to all these things. Cool. Awesome. Making a lot of progress here. But where it gets really cool is once you actually start using it in your app. If you want your component to query data, use live query. And this is where it gets magic. When you call some data, so in here we're listing all friends in an array, you get the value. It's null initially because it's all async and fun. But now, when any friend changes, this component gets updated and reruns. Super cool. Fun fact, the entirety of the live chat updating, so the chat getting new tokens in T3 chat as new content streams in, I'm literally just appending the content to the message field from the message table, and that forces the component to re-render. I didn't write a custom render loop for that. I went out of my way to memorize the shit out of everything around it. But the model here lets me just instantly update the thing right when it changes. You need to be careful about what you're selecting, though, because if I selected all messages or even touch messages in a query too high up the tree, then every single token streaming in is going to re-render the whole app. And that's why we've had to put a ton of time into things like memoization and using React Scan to make sure re-renders aren't happening when they shouldn't. And the result is that it runs really, really well. But God, Dexy has been awesome and solved so many problems. But Dexy's also caused a few problems. Remember that thing I said earlier about wanting open source stuff? My one gripe with Dexy is that they have a cloud product, but it is a closed source cloud product. It is a cloud product that has a weird payment model. The free edition lets you have up to 3 users and 100 megs of storage. The production version, 12 cents per user per month, which for our free tier would bankrupt us. We've had over 1 million people use T3 chat. Not 1 million, sorry. The 12 cents a user, or retake on that. We've had 1 million messages. I'm mixing up my numbers. Their production version is 12 cents per user per month, which with our 300,000-ish users would bankrupt us. But they also give you an on-prem option. You can pay $3,500 to host it in your own server, or you can pay them $8,000 to get the source code. It's just weird. The problem here is none of these options give me a good idea of what performance characteristics look like at the scale that we're shipping. And they're also really focused on specific stuff around live syncing, updating, and most importantly, WebSockets, which comes up a lot. So when I needed a place to store the data, I was not so sure about Dexy Cloud yet. So I solved the problem. When we picked Dexy for our local layer, I need to change that. When I picked Dexy for our local layer, I needed somewhere to put that data. And I picked an interesting place. Redis. We'll call this Redis V1. V0 is probably fairer. The way sync originally worked with T3 chat is something that you guys should probably make fun of me for. But at the same time, it worked way better than I expected for way longer than I expected. The way sync originally worked, I'm going to actually pull up the GitHub repo and find it because it's really funny. One sec. Cool. Here we go. The way the sync worked is we would take all of your messages and all of your threads, super JSON them, and call my sync JSON to DB function. Is this not the right branch anymore? Oh, this is the right tree still. Sync utils. Yeah, it should be there. Cool. Here we are. And the way we handled this is I would create a text encoder, take that JSON string, gzip it, and then post it up to the sync endpoint. Your sync, your store, your backup was the entire contents of your database, super JSON, so I wouldn't lose date times, gzipped, and thrown up to a KV where the key is your username or user ID and the value is your gzip blob. And to sync, I would do the opposite. I would pull it down, add all the things, or I would bulk put. So it would update if it was more recent than what content you had locally. And it would add if it didn't already exist locally. And this worked surprisingly well. I was amazed how long this actually worked for. This was the model up until 4-ish, 2-ish days ago, honestly. It worked great. And from my testing, I had a demo. I added utils for testing like a lot of threads and a lot of messages. I had 1,000 threads with 2 messages each. And the size of that blob once gzipped was only like 200 kilobytes. It seemed totally reasonable for this to be the path for a while. Then people started posting 100,000 word messages. They would just go copy the docs for something they were in and paste the whole thing as a message and hit send. And now from like 3 to 4 messages, they were nearing 800 kilobytes. There were a couple users hitting like 2 to 3 megs after gzip. That was breaking everything. It was breaking everything quite quickly, actually. And I realized over time, despite my best efforts to handle breaking that up, that this wasn't viable anymore. And I decided it was time for Redis V1. Actually, we didn't get there just yet, because I spent a lot of time thinking at this point, trying to figure out, how do I get myself out of this terrible hole I've dug? I looked into Dexy Cloud. I started talking with the Dexy team more. I explored further to other local first things. Fuck you, DuckDuckGo. I'm actually moving off tonight. I'm so fucking pissed. Anyways. The first I looked into was a one named TinyBase. I actually found this from, of all places, the Expo documentation. This one looked really cool. It's open source, it's reactive, database-like, and it syncs. And it's built for local first web. Okay, cool. It's checking all my boxes so far. Supports a ton of different things, which is really, really cool. It looked more and more like TinyBase was going to be the move. But I kept digging, and what I ended up finding was a pretty consistent use of the term WebSockets. The expectation was clear. TinyBase's sync layer has two options. Option one, you do it through a WebSocket. Option two, you do it your fucking self. I was not happy with those options. There was one other I forgot to mention earlier. This is one that I actually explored before committing fully to Dexy. In fact, pre-release, I spent the night before launch trying my best to rebuild the entirety of T3 chat with Jazz, because a few people I really trusted recommended it. There's a lot of cool things in Jazz. They have a sync layer that's really solid. They have a data model that if you look at like the docs with an example for React, let's go through the quick start with React and I can show you what I'm talking about. This is not a good example, actually. Cool. Here is a chat app built using Jazz. We have our iframe hash router, terrifying. Our chat creation, on chat load, chat, cool, fun. You'll see all of these group and chat calls coming from the schema global. And we render the chat screen if we're on the right page for it. So let's look at the chat screen here. Use costate, chat, props.chatid, and now we have the chats here. Cool, awesome. So what's my problem with this? Why did I not go with it? The co-model is so painful. The expectation is you have one global object, usually the user's identifier object, and then it has children for everything else, which straight up does not work for us because we have a signed out state. The reality is that Jazz was just not even kind of prepared for a signed out experience. And I talked with the team. They worked really hard. The Jazz team clearly cares almost maybe too much about making Jazz a great solution. One of the best experiences I've had working with open source devs on a short notice. It was not ready for us. It did not have an even vaguely happy path for a signed out experience. And rather than hack one in, which we tried hard to hack one in, I ended up rage quitting and moving back to Dexy. So we went from 0 to Dexy to failing to set up Jazz, back to Dexy, to exploring TinyBase, realizing that I did not want to deal with WebSockets and building that sync engine myself, and that the effort to do it would be as great as fixing my work on Dexy. But I wasn't done hunting. Legend State is a really, really cool state management solution. This comes more so from the React Native world. The creator of Legend, Jay, is just as well known for his list component for React Native as he is for state management stuff. This is a really good, really fast library. It's super focused on React. So if your goal is something that is super React-y and super React built, this is there for that. You create your state as an observable. You can set it outside of React, and you can call it with the use $sign inside of React. There were a couple rough edges here and there, especially because there were recent changes with the v3 to make it more React compiler ready that resulted in syntax changes that were unintuitive and the docs were not properly indicating them yet. But Jay was also a bro, super fun to work with, gave me a ton of insight on all of this. I got a prototype working with Legend, and our conclusion was that I should probably just go roll it myself anyways, because the sync side here was either really hand-holdy with their Keel and their Supabase plugins, or it was very rough and waiting for you to do the work with the CRUD build. And as I read through the CRUD plugin and talked with him and kept figuring this out, a couple things came to mind and a couple realizations hit. Specifically, all the hacks that I was trying to avoid, things like soft delete, were things for all of these sync engines. And when I realized every option requires the same workarounds, I couldn't find a solution to the workarounds. I had to just work around them. And I got told by both the creator of Tinybase as well as hinted at by the creator of Legend that my needs were both simple enough and specific enough that I would be better off building it myself. I want to do a quick tangent about the local soft delete thing because it is unintuitive. Let's say I have two computers. They're both signed into T3 chat. I have multiple threads. We'll call them thread 1, thread 2, thread 3. These threads exist on both devices. I also have a database somewhere that's storing this data. So now, whenever one of these clients opens, it's going to pull all of the data, and it's also going to sync it up. So whenever a change happens, like I send a message, I would sync up the whole of the data. So if I add a thread 4 here, when I submit it, it gets added up here. So now the database has thread 4. And eventually, whenever I open this client again, it's going to pull down the new update and have thread 4 added. What happens if I delete thread 3? Well, if I delete thread 3, it gets removed here. Now the client here pulls down. Okay, cool. It doesn't have any new data to pull down because there's no threads here that aren't already here. But then when it syncs up, it's going to sync thread 3 back up. And now that thread you just deleted, it's back. Hope you didn't want that deletion to be forever. Not fun. And the only way to fix this is to never actually delete the thread. Instead of it being thread 3, you'd put something like this in that index. And now, when that sync comes over, it gets replaced with deleted because you have obviously some ID indicating what that is. But that's what a soft delete is. Instead of removing it from database, you take that ID, you null all its values, and you give it a status deleted so that you know on other things that have their own partial states what you actually intend, which is for the thing to be fucking gone. So you have to do that. And there's a lot of these other small things you're going to have to figure out if you're building a local first model. Not fun, but you get the idea. So I did all of this. The problem was that diffing each of these sucked, especially when you had these giant tables full of lots of things. If you had 10,000 messages, no one has that many, but there's people with over 1,000 messages. If you had 1,000 messages, whenever you load the page, you have to pull all of them down. Not viable. It also means I can't just constantly be pulling more. We've already had like 400 gigs of traffic on T3 chat because these 2 to 3 megabyte payloads are big enough to rack our bill up over time. So I need a way to do this more granular. We can't store the whole thing as a blob. That was kind of a hack when I started. It's a hack that went way further than I ever expected it to. I'm thankful we did it. We would not have been able to ship so fast and make so many changes without that hack at the start. But it was time to explore other things. As I said, we tried out Jazz, gave up. Tried out TinyBase. I'll admit, I never knitted the TinyBase code base. I just dug through docs and stuff. Was impressed, and there's a lot of places I think TinyBase makes a ton of sense. Not here. The one I was closest to pulling the trigger on was Legend. It was really close. But honestly, the best value I got from Legend was talking to Jay and learning how all the parts in Legend come together to better mentally model how to do this right myself. And what we ended up landing on was Dexy, but a full overhaul of the data layer with what I call now the V1 of the Redis implementation. The V1 of the Redis implementation was a pretty sizable change. Instead of it having one blob per user, each message in each thread now has its own KV. I'm just going to pull up the PR for this. Why not? That is not the one. Fuck. Okay, we merge a lot of PRs. Let's just filter by me. Haha, found it. Redo sync layer with messages and thread tables. What a PR. I called it sync v4 because I had lost track of how many times I rewrote it, and 4 felt like a big enough number. In here, we made some significant changes. Now on the server, I rewrote the get route, and honestly, I should probably just pull up what this was at the time. Where's the view file button? Here we are. All using next API routes. Get would check auth. I would call this get all threads for user and get all messages for user. Stringify the results, return as JSON. Post, a little more complex, but same deal. I'd grab all the threads that you posted up and all the messages you posted up. I'd go through each of them, make sure they're not too big, and then promise I'll sync them. Let me go look at the actual sync part in here. Here we are, the sync Redis DB. Of course, that doesn't open a new tab. Why the fuck would it? Cool. So now we have a separate key for your message and a separate key for your threads. And sync messages would create a KV map for all of the messages to create the key for it and map the value. And then I would call mset with this map to update all the values with whatever the hell you just sent. This ended up not working and I had to chunk it. I'm not going to even bother showing that PR. It was fun last minute changes. And then similar with threads where I would take all of them and also notice that the key is user ID : sanitized thread ID. That's important because the IDs are all defined on the client side. So I had to make sure that you couldn't override someone else's thread. Like if you saw me in T3 chat and you saw the URL for my chat was, I don't know, this here, that's the ID for this thread. So if you knew what the ID was, you'd be able to override that. I could build a crazy permissions model or some shit. Why would I build something smart when I could build something clever? And my much more clever solution here was to have the first half of the key here be your user ID. So now you can't do anything to my shit. A+. Works great. The key namespace was a phenomenal place to solve this. Thank you, chat, for not calling me stupid for doing it. And this actually worked pretty well. Wrong place. We had our key generator to make sure the keys were user specific. We had a function to sync all the messages, a function to sync all the threads, and then a getter to do the same thing the other direction. The client side barely changed. Actually, I don't think it changed in this PR at all. All it was the server side. Wait, no, I stopped gzipping, so the client did change a little bit. But the endpoint I was hitting would just take the JSON, super JSON blob of all your data, and now go store that in the KV. And here is where things started to fall apart. This is the production deployment on Upstash. Very happy with Upstash. Phenomenal provider, making my life significantly easier. You'll notice something interesting happened a few days ago. We went from storing about a gig of data to a lot more very quickly. We also started transferring significantly more data too. I don't think they have a graphic for that, but over the first 3 weeks of T3 chat, we did about 70 gigs of bandwidth. In a day after this change, we'd done another 40. Not great. And the performance, especially after I handled the chunking and the pagination, started getting pretty slow. Generally speaking, Redis as an in-memory store is strongest when the amount of data it's storing is small and the overall key space it's storing is smaller. And if you look at the number of keys we had, you'll see the scariest number. We went from 1 key per signed in user who had a chat sync to 1 key per thread and message. And in the course of a few hours, we went from 50,000-ish keys to almost 1 million. Thankfully, it still worked. I was surprised. The edges that it hit were mostly fixable. It was all just chunking the updates and chunking the fetch parts. But not the right thing to use Redis for. If you need to select thousands of keys at a time, Redis is not the right place. And I'll be honest, yeah, sure, should have known this. And it's not like I didn't know this. I just wanted to see how it would perform and what this would look like. And when I did the first pass on it, even with my huge testing data, it went pretty well. But then 2 users hit us up with their data sync failing. And both of those users were generous enough to send me the JSON backup, which, by the way, if you didn't know this, I'm going to hide my email to the best of my ability. I'm just going to... Cool. Good enough. Anyways, if you didn't know this, one of the cool things that we built in early on T3 chat is a message history import and export. So you can export your messages. Some of our users were generous enough that had huge histories to export them and send them to us to use for testing. So I had actual real world giant histories to test with. And I realized quickly that the model I had picked here was not going to work particularly well if I kept it on Redis, because the sheer number of messages some of those users had was terrifying to me. So how do I fix this? Well, we have concluded now. Let me move that. Cool. We have effectively concluded Dexy is fine. We've also effectively concluded that the model on the client side is actually working quite well at this point. The problem is Redis is not built for fetching 1 million things at a time. It is built for fetching a small number of things really, really quickly. There is something built for doing a lot of data at a time. Something I've used a lot in the past. Something I missed dearly. Planet scale. Planet Scale is an old sponsor of the channel. They no longer are. They haven't paid me in a very long time. I do technically have a little bit of equity in them. I don't even know how much. I haven't bothered checking in a while. They don't know what their exit plan is, so I doubt I'll ever get anything from that. But account for bias accordingly. Planet Scale handles scale very well because they built with Vitesse, which is a method of scaling your MySQL database by sharding the absolute shit out of it. Their tech, Vitesse, powers a lot of things. Planet Scale itself is powering Barstool. I believe they're also powering Intercom. But their tech, the open source Vitesse MySQL scaling solution, powers Slack. It partially powers GitHub. It was originally built to power YouTube. It's really good tech. And I know that because as soon as I spun it up, life's been good. We're doing comical amounts of traffic in this now. It's still a relatively small number of queries per second, but the amount of rows being selected per second is kind of insane because people are pulling their data, and the amount of data it's pulling is crazy, especially for some of those big users pulling 20,000 rows on page load. It's nuts. So when I moved over to this for our data, I wasn't sure how the performance characteristics would be because it's very read heavy, not particularly write heavy. But holy hell, has it scaled great for us. Our row reads since deploying have been minimum 9 rows a second up to 200. It's also all on the $30 a month base tier for Planet Scale, by the way. Not upping it at all. It's just handling this all fine. Our IO is not hitting limits at all. We are fully within what this cluster is configured for. Do they show CPU limitations in here anymore? You would know if your P95 and 99 started getting bad, but they're not. Our P50 is 7 milliseconds. Our 95 is, our P50 is 7 milliseconds. Our P95 is under 50. It's great. And if I click here, you can see when I deployed also the crazy stuff I was testing early on for figuring out what the migration story would look like. But you can see the moment we went live, and we've just been consistently getting a ton of traffic since, and it's fine. It just doesn't really care. It's been really nice to use it again. But this must have been a terrifying migration, right? Like moving over from a KV to SQL. The fun thing about a KV is that a KV is effectively, the fun thing about a KV is that basically anything can become a KV with enough effort. If we hop over to my actual deployed code base right now, the DB tab, we have the old KV because we're still using this for restoring old data. We're also still using KV heavily for rate limiting. It's very, 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 very good for that use case. But our actual database is now in this new SQL folder. Here is our real DB, named to make sure it's clear in the code base. Here's our schema. Message table. Has an ID, has a user provided ID, and then a user ID directly. The ID is something we assign so that we can make sure all the diffing and indexing is handled properly. User provided ID is the key that we had before, where it'll be user ID : thread. And the user ID is your actual user ID, just so I can index it and grab all your things very quickly. But then we have our data type. I am so sorry. You have no idea how much easier this has made our lives. It's great. And as long as we make sure we're not putting big things in it, it's fine. In the future, we won't be doing this. But for now, as our data model continues to shift constantly, we'll be doing this for a bit. Images are stored on upload thing, dumbasses. Come on, we already built a solution for that. Obvious. You guys know better. And obviously, table is much more complex. And by more complex, I mean the exact same fucking thing with no difference. And here's where it gets real fun. Let's pull up the PR for this quick. Move sync to SQL on Planet Scale. These diff numbers look scary. Plus 1200 minus 102. If you remove the package lock, this was a plus 200 line change, roughly. Drizzle config, nice and boring. Package JSON, nice and boring. PNPM block, most of the code. Actual code. API, no longer managing the decompression and recompression. I added backfill later. Threads messages is get all threads and messages from DB. Parse threads is me deserializing the super JSON for the threads and the messages all here. If parse threads at length is 0 or messages at length is 0, then I backfill. This is me grabbing from the old KV, so I have your old data, pushing those to those values. I respond with this, but I also wait until on my backfill so that it can keep running in the background without blocking you getting your response. Yeah, we have the wait until here at Vercel/functions. This file got eroded. It's way simpler now. I have my legacy old data solution, because remember, I had two different states of the data in KV. I had the single blob and I had messages and threads. So I had to make sure you hadn't done, so I had to first check, do you have threads and messages separate? If so, cool, use that. Otherwise, I have to go grab legacy v1 data from prior. Then I have my backfill, where I update the threads and the messages here. I have my backfill promise. I wait until on that so it doesn't block the response going to the user. User gets the response. So the migration story is you open the page. It's great. Who needs a migration when you have users? And if we click the little tab button here, you'll see my favorite fact about this PR. Obviously, we had to change the route a little bit to hit the new functions. We had to change backend to handle deletes a bit different. The front end file was not hit once. Moving us to SQL did not require a single change to the client. The endpoints, as I had defined them, were more than capable. I had fully figured out the model in the relationship between the client and the server at this point. The only problem left was that the server model I chose had quirks and catches on the data storing side that I knew it had. I just didn't expect to hit them as quickly. And by quickly, I mean within 5 minutes of deploying. Problem solved. Really cool that our architecture had solidified to the point where I could yank out the database 12 hours after yanking out the database, and everything was fine. I don't think I've had to make a single change to this since we did it, because it's been so reliable since we shipped it. I had to make a bunch of changes to the Redis version because I needed to handle large numbers of keys. This one just kind of went fine. And to those asking about other databases like Neon and Turso and whatnot, I've used them all in the past. None handle scale well. Some might someday. But I promise you, from my experience on Turso, this would have collapsed Turso. If we had spent the time to do the per user DB model on Turso and worked really closely with them on it, cool, awesome, fine. My experience with Turso has been nowhere near good enough to confidently ship in a service that has hundreds of thousands of users on it. That would be, no. I'm tired of the SQLite shitposting. Stop pretending it scales that well. It does not. It certainly doesn't scale well on SQL as a service providers. No, stop it, please. PlanetScale is the only reasonable option for a SQL as a service that scales to this level. There are other things that are decent, like Single Store. We've worked with them in the past. You'll be seeing them in other videos going forward, I'm sure. They're also... Single Store is also a fork wrapper alternative MySQL thing that scales pretty well. God, everyone's suggesting Supabase in chat. I envy your innocence. I genuinely do. I adore it. It's so cute. Supabase is fine and is one of the better Postgres options if you're running traditional servers or you have very small scale. Supabase keels over almost immediately if you have enough lambdas running against it, because it has really rough connection limits. And I've worked with companies that have been told by Supabase, You need to stop using Vercel at your scale if you want to use Supabase. And they moved off of Vercel instead of moving off of Supabase. Yeah, no. And God, Vercel Postgres, you know it's just Neon, right? Right? None of these options are ready. Believe me, I want them to be. I would love for there to be more competitors to PlanetScale, simply because I can make a lot more money off sponsors. But I can't confidently, like the only one that I'm confident enough in the scale of to make a regular is Single Store. And they're $50 a month minimum to get started. And they are very focused on things that aren't our TypeScripty world. Just the experience I had with their Drizzle binding is enough for me to say that Single Store is a great all-in-one database platform if it does things you specifically need. PlanetScale is like the Lamborghini of TypeScript dev dream databases. It's so expensive, unnecessarily so, at most scales, but at real scales, for real production workloads that are causing Redis to collapse under the raw I/O, PlanetScale is the only database that responds faster than Redis on a serverless environment and scales better than running it yourself in RDS. There's a reason they won. There's a reason they could kill the free tier and make more money as a result. It's because their shit's good, and it's really nice to be home. I missed you, PlanetScale. Thank you for still being you. So where we landed is effectively the exact same Dexy, but with SQL on PlanetScale. And obviously using Drizzle as well. Works very, very well. Very happy with Drizzle. And this is how I switch databases far too many times in just a few days. So what are my conclusions after this journey? Don't do local first. Seriously, it is not worth it. If being local first isn't a key differentiator for your business, don't fucking do it. You can make an app that is 95+% as fast using really basic cache behaviors and just having routes defined on Next.js with prefetching. You don't need to do any of this. You will regret most of it. Trust me, this is not worth it unless you are an insane person that's goal is to make something 5% better than what is possible without local first. And you can justify the expense by making content about it. Hi, please sub if you haven't yet. This is a lot of work. Yeah. If you take anything from this, it should be that local first tools are focused on the wrong things, do not scale well, do not integrate well, and do not provide a good experience unless you really know what you're doing and you're fully committed to the model. It is easier more often than not to just build it your fucking self. And building it yourself is not easy. To go back to the three things here, local first, real-time, and collaboration, almost everything here, even Dexy Cloud, has kidded itself that local first means all of these things. Local first is a spectrum. On one side of that spectrum, there is T3 chat. On the other side of that spectrum, there is Figma. There are things that are between these that fit in other places, like linear goes here-ish, I would say. The difference being T3 chat doesn't need live updates. It doesn't need a multiplayer experience. I need it to work well signed out. And I don't care what somebody else changes when I'm on the page. Figma has very different needs. Even if I delete T3 chat and put linear here, I think we can all agree that the database needs of a linear and of a Figma couldn't be that much more different. They are very different. And if you pretend that both of these are the same box, that box is called local first, and I'm going to sell you a solution that fixes the problems in this box, I hope you're selling a bridge as well. Because this is fucking stupid. This does not work. Everyone pretending that local first is a category they can solve doesn't understand local first apps or the things they're building for. Stop pretending you can solve this problem. Fix it. Don't solve it. Fix the problem for the space in it that you want to solve for. And stop pretending that every app needs this, that every app can use the same solution for it, because the creators of half these solutions admitted to me that their solutions wouldn't work well for me. It's just not fucking reality. And I am tired of being gaslit by this weird local first movement when I've built a bigger local first app than most of them have. And my conclusion is that all of the tools are either wrong or bad or worse. If you can't tell, this one's driven me kind of mad. I've spent the last month and a half now. God, time flies. I've spent way too much time figuring out local first, diving way deeper than any sane person should ever have to. And if you get anything from this video, the thing you get should be that your UI is best driven by the server. Make your servers faster. Don't spend all your time on this shit. That all said, if you are one of the people that really, really wants to do this, Dexy if you care, Jazz if you don't, Zero if you're patient, Legend if you're right, Tiny Base if you want more options, anything else I need to put in this list? There are a ton of other things that I didn't touch on here that I spent a lot of time exploring, even other companies I invested in. Like Electric SQL. Electric SQL is a Postgres sync engine. The people who made it also built PG Lite, which is somewhere in here. PG Lite is open source Postgres in the browser using WASM. Awesome. Really cool. Nowhere near ready for the full stack problem solving space I want to live in. So I guess I'll put one last one on the bottom here. Electric SQL if you just can't give up Postgres. Yeah. And this all is with the caveat of please don't bother. But if you must, this is where I'm at. Hopefully this is helpful to somebody. I have no idea why you watched a video this long about database technology you shouldn't bother using, but you did. Hopefully it was fun for you. It wasn't fun for me. Okay, that's a lie. It was actually really fun for me. I had a great time. I had a lot of rage-induced nights. Like I was working on the V1 move until like 6 a.m. that night and just merged it with Mark asleep and went to bed soon after. And it mostly went okay, but yeah, take my madness here as a sign to not do this unless you really, really need to. If seeing all of this hasn't turned you off from local first entirely and you're still convinced it's the right solution to your problem, awesome. Go do it. But if you were already iffy on it, and then you watch this whole thing, hopefully now you understand this is not worth doing. And I didn't even mention the fact that the only time our database ever gets updated is when the local instance pushes. When you send a message, we don't write that in DB. That gets written when it's done streaming to your device. So we are actually local first. I could do a whole separate rant about how 50% plus of these technologies aren't actually local first. They're local cached, server first. I'm gonna die. Oh, one last note. If you do think you need local first because you want to have your pages load immediately, you want to have the best possible experience for your users, here's a React query provider. See this? Local storage persister. Everything I call through React query is cached locally. I don't need this for most of what we built. The local data model lets you do updates much more easily, but chances are, if you're building something like this, and you really want the fastest possible page load experience, what you want to do is cache your queries and call them earlier, not to locally store everything in a whole different model. And don't get me started on the mobile app. It's going to be a long month. That's all I got. Don't build local first. Peace, nerds. Yeah, you see, so I could do that, but then I'd also have to use Mongo. Real talk, though, like document databases do make a lot of sense for our current model. I did consider it. Yeah. Yeah, it does actually handle things like this well. But we will be doing relations and other things with the model in the future where it benefits from all this. I mean, the sponsor is a single store, which happens to have a Mongo compat mode. Unsigned basket. I'm not sure. Do you mean like a shopping cart? Like I just have that in the corner? Yeah, just fucking blindly sync that to whatever and pull it down on page fetch. Who cares? That's a fair benefit, actually, Quiet Geek. What do I think of Omakube? Omakube was pretty good. It made Linux much more usable, but sadly my framework was missing a bunch of things I needed it to have, specifically around resolution stuff for streaming. I couldn't make the move to Linux. I tried. It wasn't ready for me, sadly. Also, all the creator stuff I use, like Affinity, which I spend so much of my time in, that's not happening on Linux. Funny enough, this was actually one of the plans we had. There was a while where I was considering throwing it in just a blob store, but the rate of updates would have been the problem there. Cool. I think that was a really good video. It's also a long one because we're at 5 hours and we have 5 videos, and we were at like 4 and 3.5 earlier. That'll be a fun one. I remember what this one is. I forgot about this one. I'm doing this video for sure. Out of that tab. This will be a fun one. Let me thank any subs I missed while I was doing all that. I'm sure I missed a bunch. Oh shit, Mary. Good to see you, man. Thanks for stopping by. If you guys want to know, Mary's the person responsible for me being here. One of the earliest people pushing me hard to like take React seriously. So yeah, Mary is one of my OG mentors in the React world. So blame him. I'm almost positive I did an end marker. Yeah, I did. End of database hell. Thank you for the reminders, by the way, chat. You guys are super, super helpful. Depends on who you ask, Mary, but yeah, thank you for all of the support you gave me early on. Very crucial for me getting this far in this chaotic world. Thank you, Lord Commander Vex, for the Prime. Sorry if I missed you earlier. Got you your VS Code theme. Sibo Parker with the Prime. Thank you for the support. Icebox Owl with the Prime as well. Ibari with the Prime. Thank you all again for all the support. Oh, Meteor. Oh, God. Flashbacks. Trauma. Please no. We got other things to do. Close all these guys. Let's just go for it. Phase for the intro. Start with this, just like the tweet, full screen. There are two types of engineers at big tech companies. Those who write very detailed software design docs first, and those who build working proofs of concept first. One of these is a good type of engineer. The other spends all their time doing design docs. This isn't a thing I think there is room for opinion on. I genuinely believe that almost always the design doc is a way for someone to get a promotion, not a way to build a working fucking product. Or I need to do this without swearing. Shit, because it's the first 30 seconds still. One of these types of engineers is good. The other type makes a lot of... One of these types of engineers is good. The other one spends a lot of time writing design docs. Yeah, I don't vibe with the design doc guy. I firmly believe, from my experience in big tech, and especially my experience in medium to small tech, that spending your time on a design doc for something you haven't tried to build yet is like trying to paint a house you haven't seen yet. It makes no sense at all. You need to know what you're doing before you do it. And I want to go in depth on what I mean here, why I love this tweet, and why I feel like I'm going mad when I see people say, yeah, real engineers start with a design doc. That's not engineering. That's, I don't even know what to call that, but I know what I can call. But you know what you can call? Today's sponsor. God, transitions are hard. You could include the God, transitions are hard before it, so I think that'd be funny. Anyways. I want to go in on this, but first, we got AJ here. AJ is a legend over at Datadog. So if you ever wondered where your $1 million Datadog bills are going, some amount of it is going into AJ's pocket. Helps justify Datadog's absurd pricing because AJ's actually a god, especially the serverless stuff, one of my favorite resources. Zoom out quick. Do you have a detailed design doc? Only a shitty POC? Then we'll ship your shitty POC. Yeah. Thankfully, he knows better. That all said, I want to start with a story. See this view here? This is my dashboard on Twitch. When I'm streaming live, which I am now, fun fact, I record a lot of my videos live. This is the dashboard I use to keep track of what's going on. I can see who subbed. I can see my chat. I can see how long I've been streaming for. This page is pretty complex. Not because any given element is, but because I can do this. And if I open here and click edit, okay, on the topic of shitty POCs, we didn't have a designer at the time. I designed this as a shitty POC and they haven't changed it since. It's been like 3 years, 5 years now. That's hilarious. Yeah. This lets me customize my dashboard. So if I want quick actions, I can do this and drop it. And now I have quick actions in the dashboard. Awesome. Cool. As you see, it's not built for this resolution, nor is it built for Firefox. So I'm just going to cancel, fix that, get back to my normal resolution, and we're back to where I normally am. See that laptop split update? The pain this has brought me was one of the 2 reasons I quit Twitch. So, what the hell happened here? This layout is an interesting thing to design around. Cool. So that layout uses a wonderful, painfully outdated library called React Mosaic. Specifically, it uses a fork of React Mosaic I and a few others maintained internally at Twitch. This library has an interesting way of defining a layout. If we have a layout, or the way it defines layouts is a binary tree. So let's start with a basic one. We have our first node, we'll call it node 1. And it has nothing in it. If this was our tree, then the layout would be one big node 1. But if instead node 1 had some properties, let's say node 1 has children. It can only have 2 children. So I'll draw those in a sec. But it has 2 other properties. Split direction. This can be vertical or horizontal. We'll say it's horizontal. And it has a split percentage. I think it's just literally just called percent. We'll say 50%. So this node has 2 children. We'll call these node 2 and node 3. There's a horizontal split with node 2 and 3, which means it looks like this. Cool. Node 2, node 3, layout split. Awesome. And now when I move this bar, you're not actually changing node 2 or 3. You're changing the percentage for this split here. And this can be nested infinitely. Node 2 could have 4 and 5 as a vertical split. 5 could be a horizontal split. You get the idea. This is a binary tree that can nest in all sorts of crazy ways. Okay, that's a funny message. I believe they call it a binary mosaic now. Beautiful. Thing I'm trying to showcase here being this data model isn't linear. It isn't flat. It is a nested layout where the location of things matters a lot. And the way that this layout was stored was my favorite way to store arbitrary data, local storage. So we would store this layout in local storage. And when you change it, it would update local storage. So when you refreshed, it would still be there. And it worked great. We use this for Twitch Studio and the dashboard, or we use this for the dashboard, we use this for mod view, and we eventually use it for Twitch Studio. We use this method and this local storage backup for the shape of things to build the Twitch dashboard, to build mod view for Twitch, and also to build the ill-fated Twitch Studio, which was a really bad attempt at competing with OBS, the program I'm using right now to record, that I tried my best to save. Rough time, rougher team, some very rough individuals on that team. Not a good experience. A handful of the people on that team had a bad habit of spending all of their time in design docs and not actually writing fucking code. And that's why I'm convinced that all of them should have been fired. Let's go into what I mean here. There was a ticket on User Voice. User Voice is a platform for users upvoting what they think should be built. We go to the Twitch User Voice. Do you have the link for it anymore? Twitch.uservoice.com. Cool. Twitch User Voice. And here's a bunch of different things that people have ideas for, and we can scroll through and see what people have voted on. As you see, a lot of these have a lot of votes. Like Keep Moments has 4,500 votes. There was a ticket with 5 votes for synchronizing the layout. So if you had multiple devices, the layout would be same on them. So if I had 2 computers, we'll say computer 1 and computer 2. The goal was to make it so if I made a change on one, that change would exist on the other. Sounds pretty useful, right? If we ignore the fact that it had 5 upvotes, intuitively it makes sense. This shouldn't just be local. This should be backed up on the server so that when you sign out and back in or switch computers, the value's still where it used to be. There's a slight problem here. We're assuming with this that these 2 computers are the same resolution. We'll say it's 1080p horizontal or vertical and 1920 horizontal. Classic 1080p. The goal of this was to solve for multiple computers. What happens if those computers are different aspect ratios? What happens if instead of computer 2, this was iPad? iPad has a very different aspect ratio. Because of that, this layout might work great here. It would not work at all here because we are splitting by percentage, not by the number of pixels. We don't say node 2 needs 540 pixels of height or whatever God, what's the half of 1920? Why am I forgetting this? It's 860. Yeah. We're not saying, or 960. We're not saying this needs 960 pixels of width. We're saying it needs 50% of the width. So if the width changes, your layout breaks. And if you want to see this in action, it's not even hard. Here is my chat layout. Here's my chat layout when I split this to 50%. Thankfully, I set this up in a way where it's actually still somewhat usable. But you can quickly see how this would not be usable on many different displays and setups. The proposal that was, I believe, between 7 and 20 pages was so focused on the data storing model that they forgot to actually think about what this would look like to use. The spec was planned to take 5 engineers about half a year to build a sync engine that would have made the user experience worse. They actually had written a proposal. A PM had spent months working with Eng leadership to write a proposal for a feature that would have made the product worse. The reason that engineering was convinced this had to take so much time was the non-flat nature here. Twitch uses GraphQL. GraphQL is a pretty solid way to define a schema for your backend and access it from the front end. It actually served Twitch's purposes quite well. The problem is you cannot query a binary tree through GraphQL because you don't know how deep to go in the query. If I write a GraphQL query that is in the format of user, let me change that to that. So say query user, and this grabs user. User has friends. Friends have a name property, an ID property, whatever else. Yes, this is another GraphQL defense video. Sorry. You can't go deeper than what you queried here. The depth here is user, like query, user value, which has a friend's key, which has name and ID. You can't go deeper than your query does. So if I wanted friends, name, ID, I can't go deeper unless I define it in the query. So if I want my friends, either I put it in here or I don't get it. What happens if we're querying these nodes, though? So I change this to query layout. Layout has a node. The node has a split. It has a percentage. And it has a node of its own, or it has nodes of its own that have these same things. This query would work perfectly fine for this here. But the moment we go one layer deeper, this stops working. Because we need to, in our query, in the code that we wrote to get the data from the backend, be as deeply nested as the response possibly can be. So how do we solve this problem? After far too much planning, conversations I was not involved in because I was working on other things at the time. If I had had any idea this shit was going on, I would have jumped in front and put it out way, way fucking earlier. Their solution was to have nodes that have split percentage, ID, type, parent. And now we will store all of the nodes in this new layout array, reconstruct it on the client, and also deconstruct it to store it on the server. I mean, sure, technically, it's a good interview problem. And you'll notice a theme here. Design docs feel less and less like actual work and more like interview problems. They managed to waste a lot of time designing this. And there are two things they never did. And this is a common problem I find with design docs. Design docs discourage you from talking to the people who actually know the solution to the problem. There were two groups of people that should have been consulted with that were not talked to at any point throughout this development. One is the users. Users were not talked to. If the PM in charge of this project had talked to creators and taken the time to figure out what they thought they were going to get from this feature, to realize, oh, you want to have the same layout on your vertical monitor, on your laptop, and on your iPad, that's a different feature than we're building. Shit. Could have done that. They also could have talked to the GraphQL team. Because as many in chat have already figured out, the easy solution to storing an arbitrarily nested JSON blob in GraphQL is to store it as an arbitrarily nested JSON blob. Instead of storing it like this, Node could have just been JSON payload. Hell, you don't even need Node anymore. This is all the query would have needed to be. When I first got wind of this project, when I first got wind of this project and I saw the interesting architecture they had designed, not written, just designed it, over 2 months into the design, by the way, I asked, why can't we just do this? Why can't I store it as JSON? To which they responded very confidently, the GraphQL team would never let us do that. I decided to reach out. I had a good friend on the GraphQL team, one of the higher ups, funny enough. And when I reached out and talked to him, I went out of my way to present this without any biasing to the best of my ability. I presented the problem. I presented the data model, how we were storing it right now, told them that we want to sync this. How should we sync this using the GraphQL endpoints? To which Tony looked a little suspicious and said, why wouldn't you just store that as JSON? To which I smiled and said, because my team claimed your team wouldn't let us. To which Tony said, I don't know why you're the only front-end engineer that bothers to talk to me and the GraphQL team. I really wish more of them would. Yeah. So I managed to throw away 2 months of work with a single 15-minute call. And the reason I could do that is because I'd already built this twice. Since I built this for ModView, I already knew. And since I talked to people, instead of spending all my time in Google Docs pretending I'm a real engineer, I was able to fix this problem very quickly. Sadly, the product problem was not so easy to fix. The product problem was a fundamental misunderstanding that the PM had because said PM just didn't really understand Twitch, much less its creators yet. I ended up having a call. It was supposed to be 30 minutes. It went for 2 hours, where I in-depth described this problem, to which the PM actually seemed like they were starting to get it. And they were really impressed that a random engineer on the team seemed to understand the users better than most of the other people in the org did. So, seemed like we were going to make real progress. Then Christmas break happened. And the fun thing about breaks is any work that was done before a break tends to be forgotten if it wasn't written down. And the problem was that our conversation, which concluded the document was bad, did not result in the document being deleted. So not much longer after, the result ended up being... Retake on that. So not much long after, when we're back from break, we have the kickoff meeting for this doc. That has not changed at all since any of these things happened, by the way. Because the things I did were practical and real, not docs. And this is the biggest problem with docs. Documents encourage persisting bad decisions. Once it is written down, it is really hard to delete. And if someone writes down something that is wrong, the only way to make sure that wrong thing doesn't keep happening is to cross it out in whatever fucking program they're using for it, use a strike through, and right underneath say, this was determined to be wrong, do not ever do this. When the kickoff meeting happened, I felt like I was going insane. Like all of the time I had just spent right before break vanished, and I had somehow imagined it. And we were about to dedicate 5+ engineers to 6+ months of work on a bad product with the wrong spec because no one had bothered to actually fucking try it. I got told in this meeting that my confidence that different computers often meant different aspect ratios was not something we had the data for yet. So in order for me to trump this doc, I would have to collect the data. Yes, I, the engineer, the only one who actually understood the users, was instructed to find data to prove the bad doc bad. If we had just built a prototype of this and put it in front of some users, all of this shit could have been stopped. All of these steps could have been skipped. Our users could have had a good product 3 months before the point we are at. But instead, I got effectively bullied into adding a bunch of tracking events to the Twitch dashboard to keep track of which aspect ratios a given user had, using device IDing and the ratios. Turns out, for the average user that has more than one device ID, they also have more than one aspect ratio. I think less than 5% of people with 2 device IDs had the same aspect ratio on both devices. Thereby proving this is not a feature, this is a regression. We were about to spend 6 months building a regression on the product. The really funny thing about all of this is in parallel, we were doing other work. The reason I was too busy to fix all this shit when it happened is I was assigned a different project. The thing I was working on was adding this responsive, customizable layout to Twitch Studio. The original plan was to spend similar months speccing out what this would look like for Twitch Studio. I said no. Another engineer on the team was excited by me saying no and joined me. And before we could be told, no, you need a doc, we had already built the whole thing in under a week. Since then, that team refers to it as the Theo method, because I guess, pioneered this idea of trying to build the complex thing to see how it works, see what the problems actually are, before writing this crazy doc that is all bad assumptions. And I want to be very, very clear. I am not against writing a doc. I think design docs for complex things are very, very valuable. Once you understand the complexity, the problem is when you're writing a design doc, when you don't know what the complexity is yet, you're going to be imagining complexity in all sorts of places that make no fucking sense. A video I've been dancing around doing for a while about one of these is a very interesting design decision on the dashboard that's caused numerous regressions. Quick actions. I'm not going to take the time to go really in depth on this one because it's just going to make me angry. These quick actions here do things. I can't even hit save because it's fucking layout. I have to go all the way out to save it. Cool. There we go. When I click run 1 minute ad break, you would probably assume if you're a React developer that this button has an on click that triggers the ad break. Because you're a normal person that would build a normal app and not design doc it first. These buttons all have 4 different states they can be in. Loading, ready, action, and done. When you click the button, it does not trigger the action. It changes the button state to action state. When it changes the button state to action state, there's a use effect in that auto runs. Weird, not good, but probably fine, right? Here's where the fun comes in. This layout is saved. The quick actions order is part of the layout that is saved. If I have an ad running and I resize this a pixel while the ad is running, a save fires, which saves this button in the action state. From that point forward, my dashboard is a bomb, and every time I refresh it, it goes off, triggering an ad. That one caused multiple massive events, multiple terrible, terrible issues, including ads running in the middle of big events like the League of Legends tournament. Because one of the moderators opened the dashboard and happened to have it in this bad state. And the best part was the engineer who was on call when this happened was also the engineer who designed it.
And he insisted that his design doc proved that none of this was possible, and this had to have been the user clicking the button accidentally, because because when we look at the logs, the event for the ad running was run the place that it would have been if they clicked. I took a closer look at the numbers, and that event ran 2 milliseconds after the page load finished. No user is clicking on a button within 1/10 of a frame. I ended up having to side with the ad team against my own team in this incident. Not fun. That was when my good faith with that team died, because my team was too busy writing design docs to fix actual user problems, and the ad team actually cared. How crazy is it that the advertising team was the team that actually gave a shit about solving these problems, not the team in charge of creator sentiment and experience? If you ever wonder why creators hate Twitch, maybe you're starting to get an idea why. So, yeah. These design docs result in a lot of bad decisions being persisted because they are designing the thing, not building the thing. But if we were to build the thing and then afterwards realize, oh, yeah, these edges aren't great, we should document those and then build it right, awesome. That's a really good thing. And I'm very much in favor of building in that way. I don't think that this team could ever have built something good. I genuinely don't think that in the state it was in when I joined it, that the creator team could possibly build something people actually liked. The team itself was fundamentally structured in a way that is opposing to writing good software. And the key piece in the middle of all of it was these circle jerky, useless fucking design docs. Write actual fucking software, please. I'm sorry. It's just, yeah. So, by the way, everything I just described happened in like a 2-month window, like the same 2-month window for all of this. I was going fucking mad at this point. Yeah. And this isn't meant to be a takedown on all of Twitch. This is just one horrible team. All the other teams I worked at Twitch did not work this way at all. Our design docs were the result of real explorations we did, building real products and putting them in front of real users. Almost every doc I was involved in at Twitch was written after we had built the prototype and put it in front of users. Please make sure you understand what your users want and what edge cases exist in the thing that you're building before you write a doc about it, because it is very easy to hallucinate complexity in your design docs. Things like building your own transformation for a binary tree. That's a really appealing thing to do in a design doc that isn't actually practical at all. Or inventing your own alternative to on-clicks in a dashboard. That's a really fun complexity to put in a design doc that is really, really bad in the real world. And if any of these projects had just started with an attempt to build the actual solution, Twitch users, Twitch creators, and good Twitch engineers would have went much less insane. All a doc does before software is written, all that doc can do is introduce complexity and persist bad decisions. I genuinely cannot fathom a way to write a design doc that isn't inherently destructive unless you've prototyped the fucking thing first. So please, if you're working at one of those companies that refuses to let you try to build the thing before you talk about it, do it anyways or quit. Everything else is mental illness. It's not real development. And the best part, I should have mentioned this before. The person who wrote the product spec for this, they're now an exec at Twitch. The person who did the non-on-click button was 2 levels higher than me when they did it, and they've gone up 2 more levels since. The engineer that I built that prototype from scratch with, where we built the whole layout system for Twitch Studio from scratch ourselves, is still fighting to get a promotion 3 years later. 5 years later. So there is one more purpose of these shitty, useless fucking docs. They get you promotions in toxic environments. You don't write a design doc because you care about design. You don't write a design doc because you care about your users. The only reason you start with a design doc is because you want a promotion. Do not fall for this shit. If you cannot prove out a prototype of your thing, you cannot write around that fact. And the people who do these types of things, the people I've experienced in my career who fuck up in these egregious ways, I keep a list now. I will never, ever, ever, for any reason, hire one of the people I've experienced this with ever again. Thankfully, that only makes up about 10 to 20% of the people I worked with at Twitch. There are some fucking awesome people that I miss dearly that I still talk to all the time over at Twitch. But one of these bad people, one of these but just one of these bad people, one of these design doc, like infected dumbasses, can cause 5+ engineers months, if not years of misery, cause meaningful, terrible outages, and gaslight you endlessly in the process. And I can't blame the doc for all of this. It's not a doc, it's a type of person. But these types of people love to write Google Docs before writing a single line of code. And I don't think you should hire those people. To go back to the tweet that inspired this, there are two types of engineers at big tech. Ones who write actual software, and ones who get promoted while holding back the quality of the software. And I will not entertain another thought. If you disagree with me, it's because you're on the wrong side of this. That's about it. And I am sorry to be that strong about this, but design doc first culture isn't real engineering. It is a mistake. And this is one good point, actually funny enough, from a Twitch staff, one that has taught me a lot that I think was really good about this. Some devs lean into design docs out of fear of getting stuck supporting a POC that they were forced to shove into production. The build versus plan balance works best when there's a good trust environment. Largely agree. The one thing I'll say is ask forgiveness, not permission. If you do want to do the design doc in order to keep you from maintaining some shitty POC, quietly build the POC. Don't let anyone else know about it. Do it on a personal laptop on separate infrastructure if you have to. Do not open Google Docs until you know how the thing works. That is a hard rule that I am not confident, or that's a hard rule that I'm fully confident, if not followed, will result in bad software. No, Orville, you don't do this because you don't know what the interfaces and high-level behavior are until you've actually tried implementing it. I have never worked on a project where I thought I knew these things ahead of time and I was fucking right. And every engineer who says they were right about these things writes shit software. Software needs to respond to reality. The whole point of software is that it is written to solve real needs. If the software solves the software and the doc writes how that happens, you're so far removed from reality that you'll never write good software. I'm saying build something first, document if you need to, ship if you don't. It's a really simple equation. Step 1, make a prototype. Step 2, reflect on the prototype. Step 3, if prototype sucks, go back to step 1. This needs a flowchart, actually. We're going to flowchart this. Building actual software. Build a prototype. It's going to need horizontal just for the screen real estate. Build prototype. I'm going to make this stroked. Cool. Try prototype. Prototype is bad. Need more space. Cool. Okay. Let's diagram this all out. Step 1, build a prototype. Then try it. If it is bad, build a new one. Once the prototype is good, we'll do the next step. Proto is good. Prototype is good. We move on to the next step. Analyze complexity. If it is high complexity, awesome. Now, design doc, because you now know what the complexity is. You build a prototype. You might have even built multiple bad prototypes, but now you have a good prototype. You have confidence that you understand what does and doesn't work in the thing you're trying to build. Design doc away, all you want. But if it turns out it's actually low complexity, like, a JSON store sync layer, easiest thing in the world, I say, having just spent a lot of time building one myself, but yeah, it's low complexity. Awesome. Ship it. Or rebuild if needed. There you go. Here's how you actually build software. And I guess you have that option too. But you have to rebuild it there. I could do one more layer where we have I'll do it. I'm actually. Is POC good enough? I need a box at the end here for ship it. If the POC is good enough, awesome. If not, cool. There we go. Here's how you actually build good software. Start with a prototype. You try it. If it's bad, rebuild. If it's good, awesome. Analyze the complexity. If it's low complexity, analyze the POC. If it's good enough, ship it. If it's not, rebuild with new knowledge. Also of note, if you're on one of those teams or working at one of those companies where they will ship it even if the answer here is no, hide the prototype. Don't let them know it exists or intentionally put things in it that keep them from being able to ship it. Find some way, if you don't want this to ship, if you know it shouldn't ship, find some way to sabotage it. Sabotaging software is a lot easier than writing software. I know that much from experience. It's not that hard to prevent the thing from shipping. Don't use that as an excuse to start with a design doc. It makes no sense to start here. And I don't know how anyone can look at their software architecture process, look at this and be like, yeah, I'm going to throw away all of this. That's not software development. That's mental illness. And I will not sit here and pretend that it makes sense sometimes. It doesn't. I don't care. It never makes sense to build software that way. The only time it might even kind of make sense is if you've already effectively done this part because you built the thing elsewhere already. Like if I was building yet another local sync engine, I've done that enough times that I might not need a prototype, but I might need to spec it out a little bit to make sure whoever ends up working on it with me doesn't screw up. Realistically speaking, I would still probably build it because it will guide the design doc so much better. And you won't end up going down rabbit holes that don't make sense. You'll end up focusing the design doc on the rabbit holes you already went down. You will never be able to predict the rabbit. If engineers were good enough at knowing which paths were complex, they'd be politicians, not engineers. Engineers are really bad at this. That's why we're engineers. We like fixing things when we break them. we are not good at guessing where the complexity is on a system ahead of time. Stop pretending you are. You're not. If you think you are, you're even worse at it than average. Write the thing, then write the doc, then fix and ship the thing. And in reality, what you're going to figure out is you'll probably be quite surprised how often the POC is actually good enough, because it very often is. That's all I have to say. Don't be this engineer. They're not a real engineer. They might make a little more money, in which case, sure. Okay. If you want to make a lot of money and you don't actually like software, go ahead and be this. You'll make a lot of money and I'll never respect you. If you want to actually write good software, please be this person. There is no other option. I won't pretend that there is. Anyways, that's all I got on this one. Let me know what you guys think. Hopefully you're the right type of engineer or you're going to work on fixing it. Until next time, throw away those awful design docs. That was a fun one. If you know the exact requirements for something, TDD can actually be beneficial for like weird algorithm things. Like if you're trying to write a new method of compressing some data into another shape, TDD is a really, really short like iteration loop that can make it really easy to do. I would take TDD over document first development any day, and I don't like either. Oh yeah, to be clear, clean code is a scourge, and we should not entertain people who think it's a good idea. They're not good engineers. That puts us at 6 videos today. Doing pretty good. 6 videos, 5.5 hours. It's 6:30-ish. How long is the container queries one? Not too bad. I want to look into that a bit more, though. Oh, not too bad. This is longer than I thought, actually. Fuck. God, that's Notion doing its thing. That's an old one. The frosted glass one looks cool. I think all of these might be a little too long. And too hard to diagram too. This is a really good one. I'm actually really excited to do this one later. We got out a handful of these like have been sitting for a while. Ones like 2 types of engineers was one that was sitting for a while. This one I really need to do. The, oh shit, I've expended a bunch of energy, just hit like a fucking truck. Why would I do that when Remix is dead? When Remix comes back and has server components, maybe, but it's just not fair comparing something that hasn't changed in 4 years to something that's changed a bunch in like the last year. Go nuts. I mean, he's not going to be happy. Uncle Bob talks a lot of shit in my replies. Go nuts, though. It's use my content for whatever. I thought I fixed all of those. I'll fix it here later. That's absolutely fine, yes. Requirement docs. If you have built a prototype, a requirement doc is fine, but you don't know the requirements until you've built the fucking thing. Yeah, we're going to make more customization for the system prompt soon. Definitely not where it should be yet. None of these are good ideas. I appreciate you, Orbit, but like these are content that no one would click. And also think like for me, it's just, would I watch this video? If yes, I record it. If no, I don't. It's really that simple. Yeah, all these are too long. I'm getting tired. Let's figure out who we're rating. Got 6 videos. That's a solid stream. I love how every single time I use this view, it changes all of my settings. It's a really cool feature. How long has Ricky been live for? 21 hours? Well, obviously we have to raid Ricky. We can't not support this chaos. Thank you guys as always. Fun things coming to T3 chat. Keep an eye out on that. Super excited for all the fun stuff that we're shipping. I'm going to go do the rest of my jobs. It's a fun stream. Got a lot done. Face a lot of work to do again. Good signs. Gonna go eat food and lie down. See you maybe this weekend, probably next week. Until later, goodbye. And goodbye to YouTube as well. Let me try my keyboard.